Angel motherfucking McCumber. You're the first podcast of 2022.
No.
Yeah.
Everything else is recorded before 2022?
Yep.
Bruh.
The last two I released were in December. I know. Fucking out here slacking.
You are slacking.
This is my life now.
And we're already in February.
I know.
Although January flew.
What's today? The 5th? 4th?
4th.
5th.
4th. Tomorrow's the 5th.
Whoa.
Yeah. We're there.
Holy shit. What's been going on? I think I can speak for both of us when I say fuck COVID. I feel like we have that power now.
Yeah, COVID's bullshit. COVID is genuinely some bullshit. And don't get me wrong, like I know I got off easy on it. I definitely got off easy because I had an aunt that died from like complications and all that. So I know I got off easy. But man, heavily fuck COVID. This shit sucks.
How long were you down for?
Me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say I was down.
Oh, you just
like it
breezed
was
through it.
Yeah, I mean I had symptoms that would come in like waves for like maybe an hour. So I'd be like, I would go to do something real quick, and then I'd get hella fatigued. I'd be like, oh shit, like I had to like sit down, and, like that was a lot. I'm like, that was way too much. He's like laying there for an hour, and then maybe I'd like grab my energy drink or something, and then I'd be like totally good again, and I'd be like, did I even have a symptom? Does it even count?
Did I even have COVID?
I'm like, was that even a symptom right then? Like, can I count that when they ask if I'm having symptoms? Like, do I actually use that? And then I had like a very brief cough, but I mean, I was, the only thing I could do when I was quarantined at home was like outside would be go sit outside and I'm going to release some information to the world, smoke a cigarette.
Hey.
So, when you chain smoke, you get a cough anyway. So then I had like a little bit of cough for like a day. And then I was like, is that the COVID symptom? No, that wasn't COVID symptom. That was me just fucking up because I'm bored because I'm stuck here right now.
So you were smoking while you had COVID? You're like, fuck this. Let's
it didn't really affect me, man. Like it's just little waves of like fatigue, or like I had one day of like solid good body aches, and I was like, shit. I had like one day of like nose things, and I was like sitting there like my box of tissues every like some odd, like every hour maybe or two. I'd have to blow my nose or something. TMI, but that was about it. Like it was just really simple. But don't get me wrong, I had 3 vaccines, and my last one was in November. And they're all Moderna, because I had my 2 Moderna shots, and then I had my little booster like a good girl. And then we didn't even do anything for like the last few weeks before my partner had gotten sick. And then we found out he had COVID literally right before fucking, what's the thing? Everyone gets drunk.
New Year's.
Yep, there we go.
Everybody gets drunk.
Everyone gets drunk and they make bullshit resolutions.
That's a great way to describe it. What's that thing where everybody just gets shit?
Yeah, like it's a holiday just to drink.
That?
There's a couple of those. Don't get me wrong, but
there might be some fireworks.
Yeah, he found out. What was it? Like day of New Year's or something? Yeah, Friday, day of New Year's. He got his results back finally, and he tested on like Tuesday or Wednesday, and so it took days for him to get his results, and then he found out Friday that he was actually. And he wasn't hardly sick at all. And he has asthma, like real asthma, like should never be smoking a cigarette asthma. And I was just like, looked at him like when he like pulled his results up, but he was just like positive. And I was like, you're joking. Like I got things to do tonight. Like what are you talking about? Like I made 3 conflicting plans, and I was trying to figure out which ones were like, yeah. And then he was sick, and I was like, all right, canceling everything.
Were you surprised when you got it?
No, I mean, I was quarantined in the same room because we tried to keep his sister from getting it. Because she has like heart conditions and everything else, like up the wazoo. Like she's on the list of this person will die if they get it. So we instantly all quarantined to our bedrooms. Because I live with my mother, his sister, and him. So like, there's a lot of people in this house.
Your mother, his sister, and him. His mother, his sister, and him.
My mother, his sister.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, damn. All right.
Yeah, there's 4 people in that house.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm living the dream. My mom bought a house, okay? Like, I'm an adult, I swear.
So you guys were staying separate from her.
Yeah, we were staying like as separate as possible, so we'd try not to give it to her, and sanitizing everything in the 9. But I mean, at that point, his most infectious time period, he had already spent around all of us, because it's like 2 days before you show symptoms, and then 2 days after you start your symptoms.
Yeah,
and
not
so
really
we were already screwed at that point. And then I was quarantined in the same room as him. So, like, my work is just over here like, yeah, you can totally come back to work. And then over here like, I think I should take a test. And I was supposed to have a procedure Also, there's so many things happening in this story.
Oh my god.
And
A
then
medical procedure?
Yeah, so a medical procedure, a good old-fashioned laparoscopic check for endometriosis on the first week of January. I was supposed to have that, right? And over here, stuck quarantined in a room with someone who has COVID. I'm like, guys, and I had like 2 negative rapid tests because my work was really chill. They're like, go test yourself, make sure you weren't exposing us while you were there. And I like kept coming back negative for those. Oh my god, you're insane. And
You're like, I'm not even gonna let him pour this. We're just gonna.
no.
We're not doubling up again.
That was rough, man. It took me like
That was a solid shot.
like 3 drinks to drink that last one, and like I almost died every time.
So you couldn't get this. What was the procedure for?
So,
It was just a checkup.
It was a laparoscopic check, so it's like a little surgery, really simple, like minor surgery check to see if I had like endometriosis, right?
Which is in the ovaries.
Yeah, that area.
Region. Okay.
All of your reproductive systems where you typically develop endometriosis on the outside of that because your things that are supposed to grow inside grow outside, and they cause issues. And so they had called me on Monday to change my appointment, and so I was able to get a PCR test. PCR or PRC? I always mess that up. The longer test.
Yeah,
the one that's actually like a little bit more in depth that they run at the lab for COVID. I was able to get that sooner because I had my procedure Wednesday. They're like, "Oh, you've been like severely exposed." So most of us, like most people anyway. But let's get your test sooner because it was going to be on Tuesday, and we'll get you the results will be back in like an hour, right? Flash forward an hour, I tell my boss, he's like, no news is good news. Cool. Flash forward 2 hours later, no response. I shoot her a text. I should be good to go for work tomorrow. 9:20 at night, the on-call doctor for Mad River calls me. So I'm assuming you have a procedure this week, and they're probably gonna, is it just, elective? Yeah, they're probably gonna have to cancel that. You have COVID. And I'm like, I'm dying, man. I'm just dying. My partner's yelling, this place is a prison in the background. The doctor's laughing her ass off. I try to tell my boss I can't come into work. She's not awake. She's gone to sleep already. But I'm just like, this is some bullshit.
Oh, shit show.
Yeah, and then I actually have to, actually stay home for another, 5 days. Because at that point, it was a long weekend. I was already home all Friday, because we had the day off for the holiday. So, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no leaving the house. That's already 4 days. We're Monday. I'm still not leaving the house aside from this appointment to go, double check I don't have COVID. Go get some labs done, etc. for my procedure, right? Because I'm supposedly good. And now I got to quarantine another, actual... She's like, yeah, just quarantine 5 days, you're good. And I'm like, motherfucker. I went a little crazy.
I being locked up like that is rough.
It's mind-numbing,
Yeah.
man. I was very grateful I had gotten a Switch for Christmas, a Switch Lite, from my partner's sister. Who also did just fine, by the way, with COVID. She got a little sick, but she...
Oh, she did catch it.
Yeah, she did catch it, but she did pretty well. Considering. Definitely did really well. She had, a bad fever for a second, but...
I was down
really good.
for 10 days.
You were actually down?
I didn't leave my room. I wasn't bad, but I caught a sore throat that was pretty intense. Yeah. I didn't really eat for the first 3 days.
It kills the appetite a little bit. I will admit. I had a little, next to no appetite for 4 days there. It was weird.
Well, I didn't even leave my room for the first few days. So, I mean, you're not burning calories.
No, you're just
sitting,
laying there. Yeah, I got cramps at one point. I tried, ordering bananas through
Oh,
DoorDash. No. I was like, I need potassium. I was like, please. And they didn't deliver my bananas. They canceled that part.
Oh, that's annoying.
I know. It was the one thing that I really wanted from
need some
DoorDash. I
bananas.
just wanted the bananas because my legs are cramping because I was stuck in the room so much.
I DoorDashed Applebee's. Disappointed.
But
Very disappointed.
You should be.
I had the chicken fingers and they came and it was just so sad.
Dude.
It was just depressing. I was already depressed from COVID and then to get that.
You're just stuck in there.
What is happening? Yeah.
Oh.
That was my life. But I know you were the 4th person I know that was vaccinated that has caught it now.
Yeah, I think it's the, we were blaming it on the, was it Omicron?
Yep.
That most recent fucker that comes in. And the reason we really think it was that one was because, my partner didn't have to go to the hospital for anything, and his sister didn't. And he's gone to the hospital for, it's like both of them, especially her, would be sent easily to the hospital for like any type of infection that's not like a basic cold.
She's got those underlying conditions.
Because she has some crazy underlying conditions, and he just has asthma. But like I've had to take him in for like walking pneumonia for things where like I was totally fine, barely sick for like one day, and then he caught it too, and he would like be down for the count just over the years. And the fact that both of them made it through, no hospital visits needed, barely any albuterol needed, like the nebulizers, I'd say definitely had to be the easiest variant so far, which is, kind of how viruses naturally mutate. Crazy concept, to not be deadly.
Crazy, right?
Right? It's almost like they want to survive.
That's a conspiracy theory, I feel like you saying that.
It's not really a conspiracy theory. It's just it's pointing out that little thing about like, why would a virus come out that wants to kill its host? Because viruses don't want to kill its host. But we already know this was an engineered bullshit virus to begin with.
Now we're jumping into conspiracy
so that's
theory.
Okay. That's not even a conspiracy theory.
Man.
It came out of a fucking
it is,
Wuhan
depending
lab.
on who you
That's
ask.
not even a theory anymore. That's been I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know if it's been confirmed, but that definitely seems the most plausible theory now.
Came out of a lab. Whatever. But it's been stuck in society long enough to mutate to something that's not really anywhere near as terrifying. I mean, it does have like some lasting effects, don't get me wrong. I have like weird voices, like throat issues occasionally where I'm like, and suddenly my throat got scratchy for no reason, and I'm like, I'm not sick anymore. Like I tested negative like the next week even. I'm like, I'm good, I swear, I'm not spreading anything. I just have a little thing in my throat. But I don't know. I guess we won't really know what the actual like long-term side effects are until we stick with them. But I've got to say, if it mutates into something that like people I know with heavy like comorbidities and everything can handle just relatively fine, versus what it was 6 months ago that killed and really fucked up like multiple people that I love and care about, then it's going in the right direction.
I think we're ready for it to be done.
Oh yeah.
I think
the
UK just dropped all COVID restrictions. I think France did too. I'm not sure about France. I know another one did, but for sure the UK. And here we are.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen like even our numbers, like our actual like our insane number of cases just for Humboldt County versus the hospitalizations for Humboldt County? This is the fastest I've ever seen us be able to schedule surgeries that are elective again. Out of any outbreak that we had for COVID.
Oh yeah, times. Back to your endometriosis. Did you get that test?
Get the procedure?
Whole COVID. Fuck COVID.
Oh no, I was fucking positive for COVID. I couldn't.
So you couldn't? Did you reschedule it?
I'm rescheduled like March. So that'll be fun.
Are you worried that you have it, or is this just kind of a check to make sure everything's okay?
I just want to see what is going on. Yeah, there's like some weird like. I've been smaller, right? Because I've like regained at least 10 pounds right now. My bad. We'll go back to the gym soon. Sitting at home for a week was really bad for me because I just did order junk food like crazy. Because then I was sitting there and then I would demolish a box of Cheez-Its in no time. It was really terrible existence for physical health wise. Anyway, but yeah. Back to where I was at. So there was like I was smaller at one point. It was like I had really dropped like 130 or something like that. Right now I'm like high 140s. But you could actually, doctor like doing a check could even feel there's like a spot on my lower left quadrant. There's like a spot there, and that's the spot that like hurts a lot when I go running or I like even just do like a really brisk walk. 'Cause I've been walking like to and from work at times because it's like right there. And it's like there's something there. Did a colonoscopy and EGD, nothing on the inside, so now endometriosis check time to see if maybe it's just attaching to my intestine wall, which would cause some other issues and could potentially line up. So I mean, if it's there, then that means I have something I can have removed, and that means I can totally feel better, right? Awesome possibility. If nothing at all is there, or if something worse is there, that would really suck. So I'm just kind of excited to see if we can find, what is it? Can we see what it is? Because she's going to do a really cool, thorough check. I get way too geeked out when it comes to surgeries and things like that and learning about those things. A little less geeked out that it's on me, but stoked to see what's going on.
Yeah, when you're the one being cut open, it kind of
It's a little
changes
weird, but I'm like,
it.
I'm over here like, yeah, do these. I'm like, if my insurance was like partnership or something, I would be all about getting every test ever. I'd be like, let's go, let's do it. Like, I want to see everything. Like, let me see a picture of stuff. Like, I'm that weirdo who's like, let me see the pictures from like my scope and whatnot. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, let me see them.
That's how it should be, right? Not the necessarily wanting to
see the pictures,
go
like,
do a bunch of
like
procedures.
be able to like go get
but
those
get
things done.
checkups.
Yeah,
we should all get regular checkups.
I shouldn't be going.
But
I've
how many
had
people
this
do
pain
that?
for like however long. I don't really want to get it looked out.
Or I don't have the money to get it looked at.
Yeah, I'm like I had an anesthesiologist bill throw me to collections after I got one letter. And I forgot about the letter. And they're like, we sent you 2 letters. And I'm like, I only got 1. And they're like, well, you're in collections now. And I'm like, fuck.
So what does that mean? They pass it to a collector?
Yeah, it goes to a collection agency. And it's less than $900. So that's just the anesthesiologist bill. And I have a payment plan for the EGD and colonoscopy bill, which was a little under $2,000 that I've been paying on every month.
Were those
For
just
the most part.
preliminary checkups too?
They were just, they were trying to find out what the issue was. Because again, with like that pain, especially when I was like actually running quite a bit, like, and every time, like even just doing like a harder walk, like it hurts. Like, and it goes
That's
pretty
not
hard.
good.
Yeah, it makes it harder to like to do a lot of movements. And there's literally like a palpable, like a feelable spot on there. So it's like, what is that? Especially when I was like,
well, that's
tiny.
good you're getting it checked out.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten it
just pushing
checked
it to the
out,
side.
honestly, if I didn't work for a doctor's office.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that does help.
Yeah, because I had that pain.
A little motivation.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
already right here.
Yeah, like I'm right here. I'm like, don't get me wrong, like, they totally don't do that stuff, but the PA that I work for, she is amazing. Like, coolest being. Like, Michael got a dog bite the other day, and I was like, I need someone to look at this to make sure it's okay. And she's like down to go do it in like 2 seconds.
What
she's
kind
like,
of dog?
It was my mom's dog.
A bigger dog though, or
she's
smaller?
like a medium sized. She's like a border collie mix. She tried to square up with my dog, our dog Olive, who's a German Shepherd pit mix.
Oh.
And so Olive won't bite her, but we've kept them separate for like we had to keep them separate because since Olive grew bigger than Maya is, now Maya gets like territorial and tries to fight her and whatnot whenever she sees her. So they're separate. And Olive decided to let herself out of the bedroom. And so
start some shit.
Well, like she like was avoiding her, and she's actually really happy because I used to play a lot. So she was like, "Oh shit, we're gonna play real quick." And then Maya like lunged at her, and then they had to get separated, and then that's how he got bit. But then Olive doesn't actually bite when that situation's going on. She like does this really like fuck off and like growling, whereas Maya's like.
So did it pierce the skin? Was it a serious
Yeah, it was a really deep bite.
Oh, shit.
And, like, the last time that I had gotten bit in one of those scenarios, like, almost a year ago, I had her look at it, and she was really cool about it. And so when I was having that pain when I was running, like, and I was, at this point, working out really consistently, so it was, like, every single week, multiple times a week, I was having this pain, and I was like, this shit almost stops me, like, every time. And, like, I'm struggling. Like, can you take a look at it? And she felt that spot and was like, you need to get checked for this, for endometriosis. And then I got my colonoscopy EGD. And then the doctor I work for that I followed up with, because he also did my colonoscopy EGD, went, yeah, go get checked for endometriosis. At that point, I'm going, okay, fine, I'm going to go get checked for endometriosis. Like, I'm going to go there and just... And he's like, go demand this be done, because they're not going to want to do it based off your system. Like, symptoms. Wow, that was not coming out right.
It's that tequila.
Yeah, that was a lot of tequila. I'm gonna be honest.
My dad was bit by one of those big fucking dogs that, you know, in the movies they have running through the snow and they've got that thing around their, not a Great Dane, but
You mean a husky?
Saint Bernard?
Oh, a Saint Bernard.
Maybe?
Okay.
Is it a Saint Bernard?
Is it really big, like
giant
Beethoven dog?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so Saint Bernard got bit by a Saint Bernard and came home without even going to the... I think he came home before he went to the hospital. And I just remember looking at his arm. He got bit in the upper bicep. And there were like legitimate holes into his arm. He was like, I just got bit. He went to shake. There was this guy that walks around the area over here. Mm-hmm. And he had 2 of them. and he was walking by with his son, and he knows my dad, so he stopped and said hi to my dad. And my dad reached out to shake the son's hand because they hadn't met yet, and the
Oh.
Saint Bernard just jumped up and bit him as his arm was extended, and he had legitimate holes in his arm.
Puncture marks, yeah.
Yeah.
They leave really good puncture
Oh my god,
wounds.
and that's a big fucking dog to have bite you.
Yeah.
That's not a Chihuahua.
No,
That's
no,
a
it's not a medium-sized
big-ass
dog.
dog.
That's yeah. Like both of our bites are like medium-sized dog, which is.
Did he have to get
shitty,
stitches
but-
for that?
No, you can't actually stitch fingers.
Oh, he got bit in the finger.
Yeah, like in your
Okay.
hand. Like, and I didn't realize you couldn't stitch fingers. I didn't
Why is that?
know
Just
that. Just because of where it's at, it's just like a guaranteed like infection
Oh,
to stitch that up.
that's
I had
weird.
No idea.
I didn't know
Well,
that
I mean, it's your
either.
hand, it's your fingers. You're touching everything with it constantly. You're just gonna trap everything in there. Like,
But it seems like it'd be worse to have an open wound.
I mean, you have it covered.
Oh, okay.
I don't like, a stitch. You're kind of closing everything around it. Whereas, I mean, even I don't know. He actually had like a doctor that he works for looked at it. But that she knew. She was like, "Oh, talk to this one at this building that I know he's at right now." But yeah, like even I think we steri stripped it because like we didn't have any stitches or anything.
You're like a professional. You just kept talking as I stood
I know. I was just like, I don't know what he's doing, but yeah, like there was we put steri strips on it like night of and everything, cleaned it out really good. And then because I was like freaking out a little bit, I was like, my mom's a nurse, and I'm like, hey, can you put in stitches? Like if I go like let my boss know and see if I can steal some stitches real quick, could you put in? She's like, I can't put in stitches. I'm like,
Thanks for the help.
wow, I didn't realize RNs weren't qualified for that. That was a shock to me actually.
They can't do stitches, but they can do IVs.
Yes.
Can they do IVs? Yes.
RNs
okay.
can do IVs.
That
They can
seems
remove
weird.
stitches, but you have to have a special thing to put in stitches. And that blew me the fuck away. I was just like, really? Like, are you sure? For reals? I don't know. But we steri stripped it shut and called it good and then kept it like really clean and it actually did just fine. It's a cool scar.
It was okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a scar from it.
Yeah, it's turning into a scar currently. Like
Okay.
it's finally like closed up.
Just makes him more badass.
I don't know if that's the right word. I don't know. I mean, I have scars on my hands and I don't think they're badass.
I have scars on my. Yeah, I have scars on my hands. Okay. Builds character. Kind of.
Blade my finger. I don't think
what?
it builds character, but it means you can't be a hand model, and that's
I don't think
devastating.
I ever would have pulled off being a hand model. Though. I don't know if I fit the bill for that.
I mean that was like the big concern that I got was
Was
like
being a hand model?
yeah, like
Was that on your list?
it wasn't on my list until I
I'm
was
gonna be a
told I
hand
couldn't
model.
be a hand model after that. Like I was like, wow, that's not allowed anymore.
That's how it is,
Like,
right? You
wow.
don't want something until you're
can't-
told you can't have it.
It's like you're not allowed. I'm
Yeah.
like, what do you mean? Yeah, like I did. I filleted my finger when I was a kid when I had gone fishing with my grandparents.
With a legit fillet knife?
It was a fillet knife, which is
Whoa.
why I say filleted my finger because I forgot to dry the knife before putting it back in the
you were
sheath.
just practicing?
No, we had just filleted a bunch of fish that we had caught for the day, and then my grandpa had asked if I had dried the knife before putting it back into its sheath, and I was like, oh shit, no. And then I pulled it out, but my finger was right above the sheath, and then I just sliced my shit, and then got blood everywhere. I had to re-clean the knife anyway. He was very calm about it. He was like, go see your grandma. And I'm like, okay. And she did not like put it back all the way perfectly. There's a little bump right there. And she's like, that's it. You can't be a hand model. And I was like, my dreams. My
I always
dreams.
wanted that.
I started watching late night television. I saw these like hand models doing things for like jewelry and everything on the television for late night movies. And I was like, that could have been me. That right there, that hand. I can't be that person anymore. Like maybe right-handed,
But not,
but
the
not
left.
left-handed. Like I'm done. My left-hand career is over.
And you probably need both hands.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm sure
I don't
they
know
want
if they're
you to
just
switch it
hiring
up.
one-handed hand models.
Maybe they
How
are.
much do you think they make?
Not enough.
I bet they
Not
make
enough.
bank. A hand model, even minimum wage for being a hand model, that's
That'd probably be pretty good. I feel
That's
like you have to
pretty
keep your
good.
hands very moisturized. Your
Yes.
nails have to be very well manicured. Cuticles are never out in the open. Always pushed back, trimmed off, etc.
can't have any cuts.
No cuts. I would not be a hand model because I just have paper cuts galore. I use way too much hand sanitizer. I'm just I'm hiding my hands now. By the way.
They're not going to be in the shot. You're okay.
It's okay. It's fine.
I stood up because this fucking heater that I got trips the breaker. And so if it's above a certain temperature, which apparently now is 70 degrees, it shuts off, and I was worried it shut off that camera. I was like, shit.
Did it?
No, but it definitely tripped that outlet. Oh, or maybe not.
Or did it just reach the right temperature?
Normally it does trip the breaker, because I've had it plugged into this one, and it cuts the power to the whole building. Yeah. Do
you want to turn it off?
No, I think we're okay. It hasn't done it yet. It would have done it by now if it was going to. Knock on wood.
I know. I feel like knocking on wood's kind of dangerous because it moves everything. But knock on wood. Everything shook a little bit. Like the tequila is still moving.
It's not quite as stable as it seems like it would be. Yeah.
It looks like it's really stable.
It looks like it would be durable. Yeah. And it's really not. I got up on it today to hang that flag shirt up. And I was like, this is how I'm going to die. I'm going to get up here and it's going to collapse and everything's just going to fall on me.
Why? Is there like a good reason or?
That was my rush shirt for the fraternity that I was in.
Oh, God.
And I never got to wear it because it was too small. But I like that it's the American flag theme, so I was like, fuck it, I'm going to get some use out of this. That thing was like $60. Yeah.
Okay. Just be in a fraternity?
I think. Yeah.
Bro.
Just for this shirt. And it never fit. I never wore it. It's like, I'm going to get my fucking money out of this thing.
It doesn't look... It's like a medium or what?
It's a medium.
And that doesn't fit?
Mm-mm. It might fit me now. I've lost a little bit of weight.
We're opposites
but
right
now.
You lost weight, I gained weight. I found it. Don't worry. It's safe.
Thank you. I'm going to need some back, but...
We can make a trade later.
Okay.
Actually, when I work out, I just plateau, so it doesn't really matter. Never mind.
Have you been working out since COVID?
No. I need to.
It's hard. Once you lose that momentum, it's hard to get back into it.
I need to get back at it. I'm paying for things, so I really should get back at it.
You're one of those people that pays for the gym even when you're not using it?
Yes. I don't cancel it. I'm not like, well, it's a 6-month membership at a time anyway. Like, I'm not going to cancel those things and bring them back.
And then you got to pay initiation fees again. And
actually, not for what I was doing, but...
Or you didn't have to pay a fee for that?
No, so I really don't know what's wrong with me. I just have a problem with canceling things when I make a 6-month, We made an agreement, damn it. I said I was going to do this for 6 months.
You'll probably go back.
Yeah. I will be going back.
You just have to figure out what's going on first.
I need to make a schedule for myself. That's about it. My ADHD brain needs to pull out an actual planner, sit it down, and use it on a regular basis. Maybe color code it a little bit. I really love color coding.
Are you one of those people that use highlighters? Different colors to highlight what they're doing?
That shit's fucking dope. I don't do it very often. I never use highlighters. Actually.
I don't have the attention span for that. Yeah,
I mean, it's a lot of work. You have to put in
it's a lot of
effort
Who has
to
time
do
for that.
But
I just write it all in pencil and hope I look at it before it's due, or whatever's going on is going on.
Yeah, this is why if I'm really good, I'm it's not necessarily highlighter, but different colored pens or pencils or something. That helps. Even on our we have a whiteboard. And even on the days to remember, when I get paid, I'll just put the number in green for money. It's really basic. Very simple. I can look and immediately go, that's the day I get paid. It's really dumb. But it works. My brain goes, oh, it's just a number. Not even don't even put a cash sign. Don't change anything else. Just, instead of writing the day in black, just write in green.
How are you liking the job? I'm surprised you brought that up. Last time it was, we can't talk about
Can't talk about the job.
Yeah.
Okay, so I work for a doctor and a PA, and my PA is awesome.
We're going in.
Yeah, that's about. I mean, my doctor's also pretty cool, but
you're just over the whole censorship thing.
I mean, how much am I really gonna say though? I'm still censoring myself. I already fucked up with way too much information at the beginning of my home life, so I mean, that fucks me up more than talking about my work life. Let's be real.
Is that a self-conscious thing?
Yeah, I mean, there's an off chance, because at work. There was a day that they Googled every people at work and whatnot, and they saw pictures of each other and whatnot. It was really funny. they Googled me, and the only thing that popped up was this fucking podcast, and I was like, "Oh shit!" But, like, there it is.
You're famous.
So everyone knows that I do that I have come on to your podcast before, and they're like, "What are you doing today?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm coming on to my friend's podcast today after work." And I have like another coworker who like really fucking loves Joe Rogan that podcast, and I'm just like,
how funny is that this podcast came up for you?
It was. They were like, "What the fuck is growing pain?"
Like, listen, don't worry about it.
And they're like, I think one person was like, "Your real name's Angelleigh." Like, someone like was tripping out about my name. Someone was going, "What's that?" And then I had to explain it. And then, of course, that day we talked about Joe Rogan. And then today we also talked about Joe Rogan because, of course, we are. Because it's freaking, it's one of the people's. He's like, "Are you gonna go on there and talk shit about Joe Rogan?" And I was like, "Why? Why would I talk shit about Joe Rogan?" And they're a very Republican person, and they're over here like, because everyone, dislike, and I'm like,
they're Republican and they don't like.
No, they love Joe Rogan,
okay.
But they assume that if people are going on podcasts, half the time we're going to talk shit about Joe Rogan. Yeah, and I thought it was funny because I'm like, I was just listening to one of his podcasts the other day. So actually, I was like continuously listening to like an over 4-hour one, for a long span, and I think I didn't realize it was, and I'm going to say this like this, the infamous Jordan Peterson, I believe. Because I didn't realize he was such an articulate human being, considering the way a lot of other podcasters talk about him. But then having him actually talk on a show, I was like, he's actually really not bad at all.
I have his book. I've been struggling to read for the past few months.
Yeah, I mean,
12 Rules for Life. An Antidote to Chaos, I believe is what it's called.
I don't know, but I mean, I think that's who it was. I never even checked to see who it was who was actually on the podcast. That's who she.
I think his was 4 hours. I would believe
like
that.
It was like 4 hours long. And again, I just described the person to him, and it's like to her. This is what she said. He's like, it was he teaches at he was teaching at a college at one point. Had his own private practice for psychology.
Not Scientology.
No,
psychology. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, whoa, did I miss this part?
No.
He was into Scientology? That would be a different story.
Although I think they discussed Scientology, but that was a different podcast. Just kidding. I lied. He did not discuss it, I don't think. That was a totally different podcast. He wasn't in that one. It was a female. But anyway, back to this
probably.
one.
She did that whole expose. Yeah.
She was an ex-Scientologist.
Yeah, she was in it and then got out.
So I just heard parts of that one this past weekend.
That's a good podcast.
His podcast that he was on with Joe Rogan, this guy, had a practice of like psychology and whatnot, like had clients and everything in the 9, had a really upsetting situation where someone had accused him of being inappropriate and everything too. A lot of his like life went on hold. Like it was just this full like 4-hour long thing, and he just sounded very like
he's a very
intelligent,
articulate.
Very put together.
Yes.
Like had his own struggles, very much admitting things, really going like it was just. And I always imagined from like hearing other shit talking that Jordan Peterson was like this fucking nimwit, like just idiot guy that just like spewed bullcrap, and I'm not gonna lie, that like kind of like just shook me as I'm listening to this person speak, and I'm like, wait, that was that person? Are you?
He's very smart.
Are you sure?
I think the video that got him famous was him talking to somebody from the far left.
That's probably why.
About a safe space or something. Let's pull that up. Let's see.
Oh, we're gonna fact check things.
Yeah. No, we're not fact checking.
Okay.
I fucked up with the fact checking. I fact checked one of my videos. One. And I realized.
Was it even like a factual place that you fact checked to properly?
It was. I said things in the podcast that I knew to be true. Okay, one sec. I'm not.
But they weren't true.
I'm gonna be able to do this justice. Check
this
that
out.
Hilarious. You haven't seen this, huh?
I haven't seen any of this.
God.
This is crazy.
Wow, that was rough. I'm struggling to type right now. Video.
I know. And it's really funny because like that's actually like.
This is legit typing.
Yeah, I mean I do this all the time, but.
Wow, did you see that?
Yeah.
It autocorrected. I typed in video that made, and it autocorrected to Jordan Peterson famous.
I don't think autocorrect's the right word.
Or it filled in.
It filled in.
It filled in the rest, not autocorrect, because I didn't type that. Google's always listening.
Yeah. Google
I gotta
knows what's
switch.
up, which is why Google gives
DuckDuckGo
you
is.
the
I
best
want to go back to
ads.
Peterson.
Whoa. Okay, we're gonna
Okay.
watch this because I think this was the video.
Peterson, do you have any comments on the Nazi presence at your protest?
Yeah, this is the one.
Oh, that's him. Yeah.
The presence of Nazis
He's older
and white
now.
supremacists assaulting people at your protest. Do you have any comments on that? Yeah.
So he did a protest, and I believe there were far right extremists there that were saying stuff, and people associated him then with it. Let's listen. This
Then
is.
why were they here?
Well, how can I
Are their views in alignment with yours?
At some point you have to realize. Foolish question. Look, do you want to know what
Oh, that
my
was
views
him.
are?
I've watched all of your videos, yes.
Including.
Yes, I have.
Then why would you ask such a question?
Because this is my interpretation of your videos.
Apparently,
All of the people who arranged the protest against you watched all of your videos.
Do you want to disavow 150 videos on YouTube?
No, your lectures, which sparked the debate.
Okay. Do you want to disavow the support? Could you let me talk to her for a moment?
Don't call me that, please.
So, I have 150.
Oh my God! Did she say that to her? Did she say that in response to her? Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
fucking God!
That was strong pronoun, damn it.
Oh my God!
So look, I will answer your question, okay? I've studied Nazism for a very long time. It's been 4 decades, and I understand it very well. And I can tell you that there's some awful people lurking in the corners, and they're ready to come out. And if the radical left keeps pushing the way
That
it's
sounds
pushing,
very much like a
they're
threat.
going to come.
That sounds very much like a threat. That sounds very much like a threat. Would you like to disavow the physical violence? Trans people were physically assaulted at this rally in your name. Would you like to disavow that violence?
Yes.
So you wish that didn't happen, and you want to, and I'm going to post this online that you would like people to not to be more accommodating of trans people and people of color at your events in future.
I would
I'm
like
a person
there
of
to be
color.
no
Listen,
violence.
I'm a person of color, and I felt very accommodating. I felt like my voice. Thank you very much for this.
Wow! Shout out! I don't know how much we can play without getting pulled off YouTube for this, but
Oh,
shout
yeah,
out to
probably
that
stop.
guy for coming in. Yeah, shout out to that guy for coming in and saying that.
That was instant. Look at how many people are lining up right now. Because now that's 1, 2, and then there's people behind him getting ready to jump in there as well. They're just like, what the fuck?
But
Like,
did you
stop.
hear her? She wasn't even listening to what he said. She went into that
No.
situation with her own
She had a full-on
idea,
agenda.
yeah, of what
Yep.
was going to happen, and did not listen to a single word that he said. She probably didn't even watch any of those videos. Oh, we can't call her a she. My bad.
Yeah, she did.
Zor, Zim,
They
whatever.
were upset when the her word was used. So my default is then to go to they because
But that's them
it
just
just
trying to manipulate the
feels more
conversation
neutral.
and take a power position. Like this is the video that I believe got him famous. I think this was the original video.
Well, it's just it's absurd. I don't know. There's nothing to it. They're not having a conversation. They're not really engaging. Like it's or going in accusing and throwing like you're being mean to minorities. You're fueling this thing towards people that are like already in a minority situation. Like you're trans or especially trans. She specifically mentioned trans a few times, or people of color, etc. So instantly, people around him that can fit in that category are going, "You're wrong," and stepping up and showing something to her. But it's such a fucking weird concept because it's like,
But it's
what
they're
do you
trying to
have
make
to
it guilty
gain?
by association.
yeah,
Right?
like,
So if there's a concert
yeah,
and one person at that concert is, racist, is it now a racist concert? Or are you is that artist promoting racism by there
by
being
still continuing that concert.
Yeah, by
like,
one
what if, like,
person
he sees
being
the
shitty in the
person,
audience?
wearing like a swastika or something and goes, I know there's people who are totally down for Nazi shit here. I'm going to continue playing. That doesn't really mean that they're a bad guy.
Yeah, not
I don't know.
necessarily that that's
just
what this
crazy
was,
concept,
but the argument we can't even allow people with different views into the conversation, otherwise you're a piece of shit. If you talk to somebody who's a racist, or if you engage or have them on your platform or interact, and if you don't exclude them from society, you're a piece of shit.
And they don't actually have to necessarily even be a racist or an asshole.
No.
They just need to be perceived as a racist or an
Public
asshole.
opinion.
Yeah, they just have to like have one or two wrong enough things and they're fucked. Like it's over. Just entirely by association. I mean, like there's a couple bad people doing things that they shouldn't have been doing, and that was the whole.
And I don't even know.
Yeah, that's just fucking ridiculous.
That
not calling somebody by a pronoun that has been used to refer to individual people.
No, I think it's legislating it as a necessity that I have an objection to.
Okay, so if there was this legislation was not on the table.
Oh yeah, I think he was arguing the fact that in a new Canadian law was that you had to acknowledge pronouns or something. Take this with a grain of salt. It's something along that line, something to do with pronouns, that you had to acknowledge pronouns, and he was arguing against that, and people took that and then created this fabrication that he was anti-trans off of that.
Well, it's like saying you have to be polite. You have to be nice to me.
It's worse than that.
You have to be better. Well, because I mean, it's a similar concept. Like,
you have to acknowledge a fantasy. Or
ooh,
I'm gonna get some shit. I'm gonna get some shit.
That was not a good line.
But you have to acknowledge someone else's reality. That's what it is. Not necessarily fantasy, but you have to acknowledge someone else's reality to make them feel good. I know that's dying.
I can make a really bad analogy there.
Oh, come on, do it.
Oh, okay. So I'll save you. It's like walking into the psych ward and going, "Yeah, you're totally. Yeah, this is a really bad analogy."
Shit.
So you could walk into the psych ward and go, "Yeah, I'll totally acknowledge that you do that. There are totally hanging bodies from the ceiling right now." When you have a client who thinks that they're hanging bodies from the ceiling right now, they're just dropping around her like crazy, and there's acknowledging that. So that's acknowledging someone's reality. Now there's just acknowledging just not being a dick. Like if someone goes, I want to be called Angel instead of Angelleigh, and you still call me Angelleigh every day, I'll be like, fuck, they're wrong, but they're not entirely wrong. They're just kind of rude about it. Whatever. Fine.
They're just a dick.
They're a dick. They're not acknowledging the fact that I want to be called something else. Fine. It's invalidating to a certain extent. How much am I going to let it bother me? Now, I understand that's going to be more damaging than someone calling me a him or he constantly. That happened to me one time when I was a kid, when I had my hair cut short.
Somebody called you a he?
Yeah, they called me a guy. That happened to me one time as a kid, and I fucking flashed them. Now, quite frankly...
Flashed them with...
I was at
Whoa.
I was at the...
How old? Whoa!
I was 6 years old, and I was at Cal Courts.
Flash somebody at 6 years old at Cal Courts.
I was in the changing room at Cal Courts. I was there with my babysitter and this older woman.
What were you doing at the gym at 6 years old?
I was 6, maybe 7. I don't remember how old I was. Maybe it was
were
first
you
grade.
Working out?
No, we went swimming.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just showered post-swimming. So, context. I showered post-swimming. And I was with my babysitter, great woman, awesome. And just some lady had called me a little boy or something. Oh, you're so adorable, because my hair was cut short. And I didn't say a fucking word. I just and then closed. Just opened, closed, done. Silence that. Because in my mind, as a child, I'm not a fucking boy if I don't got a dick down there. I already knew I had different equipment. That was my mind as a child. And that's how I would correct that as a child. As an adult, someone wants to call me a guy, whatever, I'd be like, can you use bro instead? No? Okay, well then you kind of suck ass, but that's your problem, not mine. And I don't think people kind of go about things this as chill as that. Because most of the time it's you're not calling me this specifically, you're a fucking dick, you're a piece of shit, you should go die in hell, etc. Instead of just, you kind of suck, I don't really want to spend more time with you, because you're not acknowledging, you're not calling what I want you to call me, you're not really respecting me. So go fuck off and die. Instead of maybe let's work on it. Because sometimes people have slips and whatnot. There are so many times when I have no idea, I just can't tell. I'm not wearing my glasses 90% of the time. I can't tell what someone's gender is. And I definitely can't tell what they identify as if they're more non-binary. I have no idea. My default is always going to be they, them in talking about them. And that's just my brain's default, because I'm we don't know. All the talkers are in the brain going, we have no idea. I don't know. We're not going to mess it up, though. They look fabulous tonight. Okay, sounds good. They look fabulous tonight. And they move on. That's it. The whole conversation goes forward from there. The fact that there is so much, fuck you for calling me her mentality, even in that video and whatnot, it's just why?
How would he know?
I'm he has no idea.
We couldn't see her. We couldn't see her in the video.
Yeah, I'm he sees a person. He sees what you're presenting as, and he's going to make an assumption from there. If I see someone that looks 110% they are doing 110% female aesthetic, my brain is not going to go, they, them. just in case, to save my ass, right? That's my brain's favorite thing to do. It's not going to jump to they, them. My brain is going to go, she looks great tonight. Not, they look great tonight. She looks great tonight. Damn, that outfit on fleek. Or damn, she should use less eyeliner. If we're going to be judgy. There's options here. But that's just because, again, we associate from growing up and everything, and like the world that we're literally in, we associate things with, being more feminine and things as being more male, which is why you have something like non-binary around to begin with, as people who just don't quite identify with either, which is why you're able to switch between clothing and you're able to identify as whatever. But with all of that freedom comes the understanding that at times you're going to look more one way than the other than you actually are or feel like, and someone's going to label you one thing instead of another because of the way you're dressed and walking around. And that's just an understanding of, like, this is the human condition. Like, this is the human experience. We only have so much information to go off of. You're presenting it. If you don't present it 100% in one direction or another, whatever, someone misinterprets it, they're not a dick. They went with what they had. They went with what they saw, what they experienced, and they gave it a shot at trying to gender you. That doesn't make them an asshole. Doesn't make them a bad person. They tried.
I think it's the reverse in some, like the bad person thing. I think that is reversed in some ways. If you just assume someone is a shitty person for referring to you as a gender you don't identify as without knowing, you're kind of a dick.
Yeah.
To respond like that to someone who doesn't know, if you look like a girl and they refer to you as a girl, or you look like a boy and they refer to you as a boy.
You're kind of baiting, man. Like,
yeah,
especially if you go out and you dress in, like, the super feminist, like, as femme as you can get, like, everything associated with femininity. And don't get me wrong, like, it's not that, other genders, other people, etc. cannot dress this way. That is not what I'm saying in the slightest. But if you go out dressing in things that are specifically, like, we associate with a specific gender, and it's like you're wearing the short skirt. Your legs are shaved. If you look like a girl
and you dress like a girl, you can't get mad.
You're wearing like some fantastic makeup. Your hair, you have a long wig on. I didn't even drink this one yet.
I didn't drink the. Okay.
Whoa. Like you have like your fed like, and you can wear makeup as a guy, whatever. But you have like the makeup on. You have your long hair on. You have the short skirt. You have all those things. You're wearing a little push-up bra. You pushed whatever the hell you got going on up there together, and you're going to sit there and be offended when someone goes she and they look at you. You're trapping, bro.
You want that moment.
You want that moment. Them. You are trying really hard to get that moment of them to misgender you, just so you can be like, haha, you're wrong, you're a dick. Yeah, fuck you for misgendering.
You didn't know my gender?
You couldn't tell that there's a penis very well tucked underneath here? Come on, my balls aren't tagging down below my skirt enough for you? Like, really?
We are so getting canceled for this.
That's I'm sorry, but that's the shit that's like that's too far. You've gone beyond the line of like, I respect whatever the fuck you want to be, whoever you are. Like, whoever you are. That's you. That's who you are. I respect it. Just let me know if I fuck up. Let me know. And I'll correct my shit. And, like, I might not be perfect. Like, you might have changed your name from, like, Nicholas to Nicole, and I fucking accidentally call you Nicholas for the first 3 times because I've been calling you Nicholas for, like, a decade. And then I'm gonna fix it, though, and, like, switch down to Nicole. Okay, I got this. Easy. Can do this. Absolutely. Or whatever the fuck it would be. I don't really know. But, like, I put in the effort. I give a shit. I don't want to misgender or be like an asshole to anybody. But if you go out of your way to like bait somebody into a situation where you know they're gonna fuck up on that, you really gotta take a cue from like Angel as a child with short ass hair, a damn child. Okay, I didn't say a word. Like, don't flash people necessarily, but you don't need to be a dick about it. Like, I wasn't a dick when she like thought that I was a boy. I was just like, you're wrong. That was my whole check. I was just like, no. I didn't even say a word. I was just like, no. You don't necessarily need to flash people. Obviously, that's very not decent behavior.
It's interesting that you had that idea to do that as a 6-year-old.
But I knew those things were different as a 6-year-old. I learned this is like, because I was taught, like, that's your private area. You don't let other people touch that, etc. And I had, like, a friend in kindergarten who had a younger brother who was like a little baby and had been changed in front of me. And I was like, that shit's not what I got. And they're like, you have different parts. So I had this explained to me at a very young age that that did not look like it was a good time.
Oh, man.
That male and female have different parts, and that they're private and touchy, etc. That was explained to me at a very young age, and I'll admit that because I had my best friend in kindergarten had like a younger brother, and like he was just getting changed in the living room, and I was just like, what the fuck?
What is happening over there?
I'm like, what's that? I'm like, that's different. And so like I had that like whole talk and everything. So the second that like, and that was like the only big difference when you're like 6, because you don't have boobs or butt or any like all those things aren't there. Your only like big difference factor is sometimes you wear different clothes, maybe, and your things
Shit
in one
doesn't match.
specific area do not match. So in that situation where I had my hair cut short, I knew that it was more of a men's cut at the time. Like I was aware, guys cut, but it was also very in at the time because it's like early 2000s. Okay, yeah, like that was my first response to go. Like this is the only like, I mean, I'm very socially inept. I fucking suck at talking. So I went straight to like
we do 3-4 hour podcasts and we're okay.
Yeah, so that was my response. It was just like, oh, you're wrong, and then we just moved on. Like that was it. Like I didn't even we didn't have a discussion about it. She laughed. My babysitter laughed. It was fine. It's still a joke to this day. But if someone misgenders you in public, quite frankly, don't flash them, but just be like, oh, I'm actually blank.
And if they don't,
and then you just kind of walk away, and like that's it. If they don't want to acknowledge it,
thing.
like that's their problem.
Just walk away.
Yeah, like oh, they like whatever, walk away. That's all I did. Just you're wrong, and walked away.
We're in this weird time in society where just walking away doesn't feel like it's an option.
Yeah, and I'm
where
like
people just have to beat it into you.
They want to argue. They want to yell. They want to feel vindicated. They want to feel like their struggle is real and important, etc. And it's like, no one has to validate you but you. And if you're going to everybody else to try and get validation, you're doing a shitty job.
Are you worried about where we are in life? You think about that, or are you just trying
to... In what regard?
Because
let me tell you, there's a lot of bad regard.
We have so many fronts that are alarming right now. It's a little scary.
I mean, okay, come on. So
okay, let me narrow that down. Just as a society, do you feel as though we're moving in a good direction or a not good one?
We haven't been in a good direction since we allowed ourselves to be censored for safety purposes. Since we allowed ourselves to be watched for safety. Since we allowed ourselves to sacrifice privacy and some basic human shit because we'll be safer at night and maybe we won't get bombed. We haven't been in a good spot in a long time. We've been on a downward spiral, quite frankly. So no, I don't think we've been going shittier and shittier over time. The fact that Google is going to tell me what kind of nail products to go buy later because I was talking about getting my nails done is bullshit and insanely okay. To even just start a cell phone, when you buy a cell phone, do you know what that lady is doing behind the counter, or man, or whoever, whatever they are, is sitting there pressing all those things, but when they set it up, they're accepting all the permissions for your shit to be watched by the company that owns the phone, Verizon, US Cellular, etc., and and Samsung and so on and so forth. Like the actual company itself, so Motorola, etc., and the company that actually is powering your shit. They're setting up all the permissions for all your shit to get looked at whenever the fuck they want. Accept. That's what they're doing the entire way through. And you can't even buy a phone and get it to function properly if you don't press accept anymore. You used to be able to. You did. It was a thing. A little bit over 5 years or so ago, you could actually say no. Now you can't if you want a working cell phone. So all your shit's always being watched. You don't have fucking privacy. Unplug your fucking Alexa. Throw your phone in the other room. Get rid of your smart TV and lights. And then you can have a conversation without being listened to.
Bam!
But it's not a thing anymore. You don't have privacy. You have all these targeted ads. You have all this bullshit censorship. You have people getting canceled for saying, next to nothing. Fuck, I've said some terrible things as jokes in my life. And a lot of them were very socially okay, 7 years ago. I wouldn't try saying them now. It's not like I'm going to bring them up now. But at the same time, it's they take things out of context. People want to cancel these old movies and old TV shows that were so great in the context of the time. They encapsulated it. And then you pull it now and they're like, this is terrible, etc. It's well, back then you could make that kind of joke, and people actually laughed, and it was whatever. And you can't just cancel something because the time frame was different and it doesn't match up to your 2022 standards. It's bullshit. We're in a fucking direction for everything. Money doesn't go anywhere anymore. Look at the housing market in Humboldt County. Like, we're literally double what the housing market was 5 years ago. The prices on the same home that my mom purchased half a decade ago in the same area, those homes have gone up 200 plus K. It's insane. If we wanted to sell a house right now, you could make bank, and people are doing it because everything's going online. Everything's going to be remote. Half these people who are down in Santa Rosa, San Francisco, etc., they can actually move now. The amount of remote jobs you can find that are even out of state is insane. And it's all bullshit. And half of them will fire you for not getting a vaccine that doesn't stop you from getting COVID, but it does help.
There's so much to unpack. I'll be honest.
There's a lot, yeah. I'm going to give you a full spiel.
I was feeling more pessimistic until you just went on that little tangent, that little rant. I was feeling more pessimistic because the angel that came on that first podcast would not have said any of that. When you first came on, you were very aware of, I can't
my
say
social
this.
limits?
Yeah. I can't say this because people might interpret it this way. I can't do this because this might happen. But look at that. Look at what you just said.
Drink.
Yes, but I think this, in my mind, this is a transformation for you. But I think a lot of people are going through that, where they're acknowledging, I can't just sit by and not say what I really think because of this mob.
What's going to happen if you don't?
Exactly. People have to step up and start saying, hey, this shit is batshit crazy. We need to take a step back, fix what we need to fix, acknowledge that some shit is kind of crazy, and realign and start making real progress. But you wouldn't have said any of that when you first came on the podcast.
No, I wouldn't have. But at the same time, there's also a realization that no matter what I plan to do with my life in the upcoming years, I will not ever get to a position of power or authority where most of that would be used against me and I would be shit out of a job or not be able to progress because I'm not going to government or anything like that anyway. And
you want to say what you want to say.
I mean, what's going to happen? I mean, it's kind of shitty, but it's when you're small fry, when you have nothing to lose, when you have shit in collections and a fuck ton of debt, and you're seeing the minimum wage of what even is our minimum wage? Because it's not much. It's still less than $15, isn't it?
I don't know what the minimum wage for California.
But you can't survive off $16 an hour. That's my fucking point, though. It doesn't even matter what it is. You
definitely can't survive.
You can't survive off the minimum wage, and you can't survive in a supposedly small town area off of $16 an hour. You have to make minimum $4+ more than that, which is well over minimum wage, just for our, again, we're supposed to be a smaller town area. We're not supposed to be big. At this point, it's a lot of bullshit. It is.
So you're cutting back because you feel as though there's no point to stay on the path of censorship. It's already fucked, so might as well say what you really feel.
Maybe not quite that, but it's more like this. I mean,
I just think it's interesting because you were one of the people that I was friends with that was so
big on censoring what I'm saying.
Not big on censoring, but aware of
every little thing
that you could be attacked on.
Yeah.
You were aware of every little thing that you said could be an attack vector for somebody else. And now I feel like you're more open and you have a kind of a fuck it attitude and an attitude of where I'm going to say what I really feel because I feel like it's important and other people feel this way and I'm not going to self-censor because that's bullshit.
It's more like if they're going to take a snippet of what I said and not take it within the context of its true meaning, then why do I give a fuck about their opinion? Because if someone sits there and listens to the actual full... What's that? Oh.
Due to the enactment of
Will
Senate
increase.
Bill 3, the California minimum wage will increase to $15 per hour effective January 1st, 2022 for employers with 26 or more employees, and to $14 per hour for
25 or fewer. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So for
it's-
California, it's still at the very least.
But is that a living wage?
No. Not even in, again, because we're not in one of the bigger cities either. We're in a smaller
shit is
city.
Expensive.
Shit
here.
is very expensive here, and it's getting more expensive. Again, houses in my area, which is a nice area, don't get me wrong, just houses in general within Humboldt County and Eureka have gone up over $200,000 in price. The same house that you could have bought 5 years ago, or even a couple years ago, not even 5, like 2 to 3 years ago, pre-COVID crash, were like $200 and something thousand, are now over $400,000. You can't buy a house for less than $400,000 at this point, let alone a decent house. So go ahead and spend $500,000 to live in fucking Humboldt County, which is not really, at most people's goal isn't for that. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind, but it's just like $500,000 to live in a place that wasn't a goal for most people prior. Like,
well, and the
what
problem is,
fuck?
it's pricing out the locals.
Yeah.
Nobody that lives here and works here and has been here can afford the
that.
price
No,
range.
but if you live here, quote unquote, and work elsewhere in like San Francisco and all those great places,
$500,000 is dirt cheap.
Yeah, those places are fucking over $1 million.
This is $432,000. I'll take this.
Yeah, that's easy.
Chump change.
Yeah. Oh my god, this one's only $398,000. Holy shit! It's fucking dirt cheap. This is amazing. It's the cheapest thing I've ever seen, and we're over here like. That was the price of a 4-bedroom, of like 5-bedroom house, whatever.
You can't.
You're like, what
there's
the
studio
fuck?
apartments going for $1,500 a month for a studio
and those
apartment.
used to be a few $100s. A studio apartment, you used to be able to get it for $600 or less.
Now you get a bedroom for $650 if you're lucky. It's gonna be $800 for a bedroom.
Yeah, for a bedroom, not for a fucking place, for a bedroom. And those shitty, stupid studios, like shared bathroom and things, like down the hallway, were like $400 and change, max $600 if you had your own bathroom. And they're skyrocketing. Everything is skyrocketing. It's insane. Like you can't. Yeah, I don't feel bad for losing my mom. Okay, you can't fucking go anywhere. Like you can't do fucking half the shit. Like it's ridiculous. Like, someone who has a house, you're living with them. Period. That's it. You have a house? You got one before this place went crazy? Oh my god. I'm taking and
Perfect
sharing
timing.
a room or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. We'll convert a garage. Who cares? Or whatever this is.
This is a garage.
This is a garage? Okay.
Yeah, it's a separated garage. Okay.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. We have to pause for a second. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I drink so much water at the gym. Let me just preface this by saying I'm going to be going to the bathroom throughout this whole episode. Do you have to go to the bathroom? Are you good?
I might need to pee, actually.
Okay. We're pausing.
Pause. Yeah, back in high school, I had both of those same cats are still at the house.
Wow. How old are the cats?
I don't, like a decade now? I don't know. They're getting old.
Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, they're at least like a decade old. They're getting old, for sure. Cats only lived like, 14 maybe? 15?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I thought cats lived like 20 years, and then somebody said, no, that's not even close. And I was like, okay.
That's not
I
accurate.
do not know.
I think it just depends on the kind of cat
live.
and how, like, healthy they are and all that.
Yeah.
We have one that's definitely going to die before that. He has, like, sleep apnea, and he's fat. He lost weight, but he's still fat.
That could do it.
Snores.
Oh. The cat snores?
Yeah.
Is that normal for a cat?
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
I don't think I've ever heard of a cat snoring.
It's a thing. Like, he'll be laying on the couch and he'll snore, and you'd be like, oh, okay, that's coming from you? You good? I feel like he'll breathe bad when he's awake even, and it sounds like he's snoring, and you're like, you're not good. You're not
How do you
good.
get a cat
Okay.
to lose weight?
You just...
You have to put it on a diet? You just stop. You don't feed it as much.
You cut off a lot of food, but it's hard because, him and his sister, because we got them as a pair, he was a really friendly one, and then his sister was also in the same cage as him, so we couldn't separate them. They share, like, food that's on an automatic feeder. It's a really lazy system for fucking cats. Just like, you have a litter box and an automatic feeder. Go fuck off. Yeah, cats are like the laziest things to have. Like for a human, it's one of the easiest things to take care of because you just put things off to the side and you're like, it's taken care of, it's done. Which is a terrible way to treat animals. But yeah, they have an automatic feeder that they share. So if we cut down his food, we cut down her food. And that just wouldn't really do it. Yeah, but he has lost a lot of weight. He just still has a little bit of a stomach sag from
Cats
being
are too
fat.
independent for me. I can't do it.
They are independent. You have to get a cat like Phoebe, where she just follows you around. Like, if I go pee, like, I come out of the room, like, she's waiting at my bedroom door for me to come out of the room. If she was allowed in the room, which she used to before we had a dog, if she was allowed in the room, she'd, like, come sleep right next to me, even. Like, she would be, like, the doggiest cat. Like, she's just right there in your shit. Like, you're out and about. When I moved out for a while, like, every day that I came home to, like, make food on my lunch or something, because I still, like, worked down the street, so I'd still go steal food. She would meow like crazy. She's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, where have you been? Like, I missed you. And I'm like, you're needy.
Whoa, too much.
I'm like, chill, bro.
I
chill.
like that energy. That energy of a dog.
Oh my god, you're here. Yeah. It's that same, like, oh my god, you're here. You made it home. Ah, you know, and like.
I could do a cat if it was like that.
Yeah.
If it was like a dog.
Yeah. And she wasn't supposed to be my cat either. Like, I had picked the fat one. But she was like, nah, you're my human. Because cats don't fuck what you choose. Cats are like, I like this one. You're like,
yeah, you're going to take care of me. All
right, we're switching. This is my cat now. Smokey doesn't give a fuck about anybody. Smokey's just like, pet me. Okay, you're not petting me. I'm gone. I'm done. I don't care. That's it. He doesn't care who you are. He doesn't care if he's met you before. He doesn't care if you're a serial killer. He's like, you gotta pay the pet tax? No? Well, okay. Fuck you then. Yeah, fine. Fuck you. Just walks away. That's it.
So you live at home with it's your mom's house?
Yeah, it's my mom's house. Yeah. I mean, where do you live, Nicholas?
I live at home.
Okay, yeah, you live at home.
Listen, I'm not judging you. I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
I just was going to ask how you feel about that.
Well, raise your hand if you want to live with your parents. Okay, so people who are just listening right now, take note that nobody raised their hand.
I mean, it's just us, yeah.
Okay. It's two people in the room. No one wants to live with their parents. But
there's
a
100% weird stigma around it.
There is. And I think it's much more of an Americanized stigma. Hear me out. There are many cultures that don't shit on it in the slightest and usually encourage it and usually think it's kind of weird if people move out before they're stable, have like, you know,
before
a degree.
They're married.
Yeah, married especially. That's usually what they consider stable half the time is like, oh, you're stable, you have a marriage. Even though those don't really equate to the same shit at all. But yeah, like until you actually get like married and have like a degree and all those things and you're set and ready to go post-college, you usually don't move out. Like in a lot of places, like you still live with your parents. And yeah, we're in one of those weird places of good old America where that's not the case at all. In America, it's like you hit 18, get the fuck out of your parents' house, go try to financially survive and drown like you should, like a big kid does, drown it out. And yeah, that's it. That's the whole goal. They're like, live the American dream of being independent. But that dream was built back in the day where a minimum wage job could get you a house on one income, be able to take care of your family, and go on a vacation every year with your family. And minimum wage does not get you a vacation with your family. I'm pretty sure I've gone on this rant before. I know I've gone on this rant before. But a minimum wage job does not get you a fucking home or an ability to go out with your family for a vacation or anything like that. It's not the time anymore. So quite frankly, the feasibility of the American dream has died epically. And that's why we're seeing so many people not having children and so many people living with their parents longer and all of those things. It's coming about for the same reason for all of them. It's just we're stuck in the situation where we're unable to financially, you know, give ourselves to that point. And oh my god, did you just pour water in the cups to be ashtrays?
Yep.
Yeah, we can't get there.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel that way because you genuinely feel that way, or do you feel that way because society has placed an expectation on you where, you know, you should move out, you should have your own place, you should be working full time and all
Well,
these
it's
things.
not necessarily like. Okay, now that I feel a certain way, this is my how do I word this? This is my view on the situation that has become like our American, like previously what our American dream was versus the feasibility of actually accomplishing the American dream at that age. This is more of an analysis on that.
That these are the steps you would
Yeah,
take.
like
You would
the
get a
like this,
job.
you
would
would
move
go,
out.
yeah, you'd get a job. It could be a minimum wage job. You should be able to, pay for a place that would, take care of you. Like usually being the male back in the day, take care of you, your wife, and your children. Done. That's not an option in the same way anymore. We actually actively put down people wanting to have minimum wage jobs actually being living wages. We talk shit about it, and we, just being the American people, talk shit about like, oh, what do you mean you want a living wage? Well, maybe you should do something better than flipping burgers. Quite frankly, back in the day, you could flip burgers, and you could have a home and purchase that and, pay a decent mortgage and everything, or go to college on a shitty job like flipping burgers and be able to get somewhere. Back when some of our own high school teachers went to college was less than $1,000 a year in their wages at the time versus thousands of dollars that it is these, like, nowadays. You're trying so hard to, like, eliminate smell. It's funny. And so that's just the thing. Like, the same people who are teaching us in high school, a lot of, like, the older generation that was there, went to school paying less than $1,000 a year for college tuition, like all of it, everything. Like a very minimal part-time job, skating by, minimum wage, got through college, paid their rent, everything. And nowadays, if I just want to get by and pay my rent and pay my bills, I need 1 to 2 jobs. Full-time, not part-time. 1 to 2, like, at least 1 full-time job, potentially another part-time to full-time job, depending on how good of a job I've wiggled myself into, because I am usually decent at finding something that'll pay above minimum wage at the very least, right? In some way or another.
Well, we can acknowledge
but that's it.
That the dream, not the dream necessarily, but the approach our parents took is no longer feasible for us.
Not even our
Shit's
parents, even our grandparents. Like,
Yeah.
our parents were seeing this already as it is. Like, our parents were already seeing the struggle of getting those student loans, depending on how old your parents are. Mine's my 40s, like in their 40s, 40s to 50s, right? 40s to 50s, they already started seeing the impact of student loans and the college education system and everything. So if your grandparents or your parents are older than that, right, then they may have been back in the time frame where you could actually go to school for a reasonable amount. Or you could actually get education in a trade for, like, a reasonable situation. Like, I think my grandma was, like, a computer engineer. She didn't go to school for that. They taught her that.
At the job.
Oh,
wow.
So things like that, they're not really as common. Like, you need a fucking bullshit degree for things that you learn better on the job anyway. It's like, why? So she was over here being a fucking, like, type of engineer. I can't remember the exact engineer, but she's a type of engineer. Learned on the job, 100% training through them, it's a rural community, etc. But, that was a different era. That was a different time frame. They were putting women into work at the time frame, and then that honestly fucked us all over, quite frankly.
Whoa, hot take. Putting women in the workplace.
Yeah.
Workplace fucked us over. Why, just by saturating the market?
To an extent, yeah. I mean, think about it. So you sent all of your men off to war. Women had to go into the workplace. Women didn't want to leave the workplace or get rid of their independence, which is good for women. Yeah, stick up for yourself. Absolutely. But now you've gotten into the point where we have more workers than jobs, so on and so forth. Now we have it to where there's 2 incomes coming in. We can actually market directly to women to be able to spend their own money. Marketplaces aren't going to let go of that situation. We were fucked. The second that everything started going downhill, women got their own bank accounts. God bless women for getting their own bank accounts, but women got their own bank accounts. Women got their own jobs. Women started getting taken, relatively seriously. We started to fight really hard for that. Our liberation was also our financial downfall, quite frankly.
So what you're saying is women should not be allowed to work.
You go fuck yourself with that statement right there. You could very much take that and shove it up your ass. But
No, I get what you're saying.
But yeah, no, like it's absolutely great that women are in the workforce and they have the opportunity, the equal opportunity to be able to make money and be independent from men. Because one of the biggest things that, the biggest gripes was you couldn't live an independent life without a man up until after like the 70s at the very earliest. Because again, jobs, bank accounts, etc. You needed a man to fucking live. You did. You needed one. Now, we don't need men to live. But now, we kind of do need a friend to live at the very least because we can't afford it on our own. No one can afford to live on their own without having a great job, without getting into a lot of debt first, to then get a very high-paying job that's at least over $100K a year because you get taxed the fuck out of everything. And you don't get to keep half that shit. I haven't gotten taxes back in like 3 years.
Shout out to California.
Thanks, California. Actually, it was part of it was because of Obamacare, because I had covered California and I kept getting raises and not reporting things fast enough, which is my fault actually. And so they were giving me technically more help than they were supposed to on my insurance for a few years there. So thanks, Obama. But this last year I still only got like $14 back. This is the first year I'm getting money back, and it's $14 in like multiple years.
This is going to sound weird, but I think you actually want your tax return as close to zero as possible.
You do, because you don't want to give the government a check to spend in whatever way possible. Because really, you're giving them money to hold on to, and you actually want it to be closer to zero. People love the idea of a tax return because they're like, oh my god, it's a huge chunk of money from the government. Like, no, they're paying you back because you fucked up. You gave them too much. You gave them a loan for the entire year. And now they're paying you back. Now, I had fucked up a couple of years, and I had not paid them enough. And that sucks worse, though, I will admit, because you have to pay them a chunk of money at the end of the year. Some bullshit.
Uncle Sam wants his cash.
I know. Uncle Sam's a little bitch about it, too. He's like, I'm not going to tell you exactly how much you to give me, but make sure it's right. Make sure you get right on the money. Don't miss any dollars.
Taxes are so weird.
They're so dumb.
They're
it's like,
so weird.
I tell my boss, like my work, right? I tell my work to take out this much, the max amount, because I am single. I'm not married. I have no children. No dependents. Take out the max amount you can. And I stopped going through Covered California. So I stopped using like my, helpful tax whatever thing. Because they give you your taxes like in advance. Like you're covered, like your help for your insurance, like that way. That was really, it's your own taxes helping you. That's all it is. It's a scam.
So how do you think we fix that?
How do you think
we make wages more equitable?
Let's get on the actual topic.
Ooh.
Well,
fire all of the shitty politicians.
Like that would help. They just hire new shitty politicians.
That's a good point.
That would be the whole scenario. They'd be like, we're out of shitty politicians.
Let's grab a few more.
Let's grab some new ones. These ones will be younger. They'll believe these ones. That is a problem, that you have people from 3 generations ago sitting up there trying to call some shots, and you're like, you have no idea what the fuck you're doing.
There are a lot of old people.
You got some people who really look like they senile as shit. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I saw your brother at the old folks' home I used to work at, and let me tell you, they were younger than you.
Which, it's not a knock
and they're
against
losing it.
People aging, but if you're gonna be in Congress or in the Senate and you're gonna be in your 70s and 80s, you should at least be familiar with technology and things that you're regulating. Oh shit, I feel like you're about to go in.
Okay, if you are making laws... Shit. No, fuck that. Because if you're making laws that are going to affect the next generation and they have basically no effect over your ass, then get the fuck out. What's your opinion have to do with anything? How about you be someone that we talk to when we're checking in and trying to verify if this is a good idea, because you've been there for the past situations. You might have some good information. But if you're going to make a law or pass a law for things that really don't affect you, because quite frankly, you got 10 years to live.
Damn.
Why are you passing these laws? Why does this even matter to you?
So do you think there should be an age limit?
Yeah. If we have a limit to where you can't be the president until you're after age 35 or some shit, you can't be the president when you're age 75 either.
How old is Joe Biden?
I don't know, like 70 something, 70. Like you shouldn't be like if you're past 70, like you're supposed to retire at 65, and we extended that age limit, the retirement age, to like 65.
I know some people that are in their
I
60s
know
and
some
70s they're
spry and they're still there. But at that
60
point,
today is not
it's
60
not
what it was
nearly as
20
old.
years ago.
Yeah, but we still have some
60
people.
is the new 40.
Maybe. We still have some people that are in, Congress and like politicians, etc., that are like 60 plus and that are acting very 60 plus.
Oh, yeah.
And like, don't get me wrong, like the doctor I work for is over fucking 60 years old, and I would trust him to take out any fucking part of my body that he needs to take out. I would trust him to cut me open and fix all my shit. I don't give a fuck. You just want him to
start cutting. Hey, test this.
Cut it all out. Let's go.
Just clear out a Sunday and do what you got to do.
But with that being said, like there's still certain situations where you have people who, again, like if these laws don't really affect you, why are you weighing in? Who's asking for your opinion? Why are you saying yes or no?
Technically, they do affect them, right? We're
to
all
an extent,
in this boat.
To a small extent. If this affects you for 5 years, it doesn't really affect you like it affects me for the next 40.
My problem is
I'm like, that's what
it
kills
doesn't
me.
feel like they understand the technology.
No, they don't understand half of what's going on right now.
Exactly.
They're not living in the present moment. Half of them are still living, they're like still catching up to 10 years ago. They think they're cool as shit because they got a flip phone. They learned how to, they just learned what Snapchat is. And it's like, you don't know what's going on in this day and age. You don't understand the whole situation with like, oh, fuck, what's her name? J.K. Rowling be called like a TERF or some shit. Like you don't understand like the significance of like a lot of this shit going down. Okay,
is she still in the news? Is that?
I think she got brought back up recently, and that's why they just like reminded me of it. But then I'm over here like I still have my Harry Potter wallet that I got for Christmas.
What did she say? I just heard that she said something that they said was anti-trans.
It was something. It was something about like. Not being like a menstruating woman or something, you probably shouldn't comment on, laws against, like laws regarding like, female reproductive system. Because you're not one of the females that has a reproductive system. It was like some shit like that, right?
Oh, she was saying that trans people shouldn't have a say in that.
Say in like the women's reproductive system fucking talks. Yeah, it was something like that. Because it was just like trans women specifically. Or I thought that's what I thought it was about at least. It's been a really long time since I like read or looked up anything regarding it. But I was like reading it and I was just like, yeah, okay, maybe that's not like, entirely wrong.
Criticized for tweets
it was something
she
about
made
trans
about the
community,
trans community.
and it was something specific about, trans women. People who menstruate. That was what she said.
On June 6, 2020, Rowling retweeted an op-ed piece to discuss people who menstruate, apparently taking issue with the fact that the story did not use the word women. People who menstruate, I'm sure there used to be a word for those people. Someone help me out. Woman. Oh, so she was trying to say, hey, those are women. People that menstruate are women.
Yeah.
Wow, we're really going in on the trans stuff today, huh?
This is some cancel material, honestly.
Listen,
I'll probably lose like at least one friend.
I'm riding it out.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can come.
I feel bad. Like I'm not trying to talk shit about anything.
Let's see. Oh, here's some tweets. If sex isn't real, there's no same-sex attraction. If sex isn't real, the lived reality of women globally is erased. I know and love trans people, but erasing the concept of sex removes the ability to meaningfully discuss their lives. It isn't hate to speak the truth.
I mean, in that sentence right there, was she wrong though? Like,
the idea that women like me, we're just gonna read her tweets. The idea that women like me who've been empathetic, who knows?
Okay.
Let them come. I'm not making any money off this shit. We're riding this down. Come on.
You're not making any money off this? That sucks.
Listen, it's a long-term investment. The idea that women like me who've been empathetic to trans people for decades feeling kinship because they're vulnerable in the same way as women, i.e. to male violence, hate, in quotation marks, trans people because they think sex is real and has lived consequences is a nonsense?
Yeah, it's nonsense.
I respect every trans person's right to live any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them. I'd march with you if you were discriminated against on the basis of being trans. At the same time, my life has been shaped by being female. I do not believe it's hateful to say so. I mean, what's wrong with that?
I am
Just
not
as a general question.
seeing anything. So I can see what they would call as wrong is because, like, well, if you're a female, does that mean I'm not a female even though I say I'm a female? And I think that's the only issue is that they just don't feel validated enough. There are people out there in the world who read that and they go, I don't feel validated enough. And more so, actually, instead of there being people who don't feel validated enough, like men to female trans, it would actually, it's probably more likely, and this is usually who it is, it's virtue signaling people are the ones who usually jump on shit like this, not actually, crazy concept. It's usually not even the people who are being, like, you know, potentially victimized or like talk shit upon or whatever. It's usually the virtue signaling people who go, this could be taken incorrectly, and I'm going to take it incorrectly and say that you're a dick. And now I'm the good person for calling you out for being a dick. I'm an ally. Go me. Haha. That's the whole conversation. That's like half of this shit. Because she was very validating to trans people. She was like, hey, you know, I believe you have your struggles. I march with you. I support you, etc. Me going, hey, women are the people that menstruate. That's not wrong. That's not, like, there isn't a lie in that statement. Women are the people that menstruate, right? Like, that's not the words she used, but like, that's my verbiage for it, right? Like, people that menstruate equals woman. There's a word for that already. Technically, like, sex, biologically, you're a woman, right? Technically, there are other women who don't menstruate, right? There are trans women. There's a prefix there that specify that you don't menstruate, quite frankly. That's the biggest specification there, and the fact that, you know, you transitioned into being a woman. That's fine. But just women in general, we're considered people that menstruate in general. And then there's, like, a subcategory of people that don't. Trans women. That's fine. She seems to validate that in this whole, like, spiel here. She seems to show support to the, you know, LGBTQ community. She seems to show that she actually gives a shit. She's not shitting on them. She's just pointing out how fucking ridiculous it is to ungenderize women into being just people who menstruate. Just to attempt to maybe not offend somebody, which you probably still gonna offend somebody by saying people who menstruate, because fuck you, I identify as a cat. Like, like you could go anywhere with this. You could really expand on this. I don't think she's TERFing right now. Was that the term, right, for being like a someone who's against trans community?
Trans-exclusionary radical feminist? Is that a TERF?
I think so. I think that's what a TERF is, right? Like, I don't think this is TERFing. This is like, you wouldn't support trans people if you TERFed.
Well, the question is, can you recognize that trans women and women are different and not be a TERF?
What fucking question is that? Like, can I recognize that these two colors of wood are different? Can I acknowledge that these two colors of wood are different? This is like a plywood thing. This is a fucking desk.
But there are people out there that don't hear that, but there are people out there that hear that and say that is anti-trans. You saying that there's a difference between trans women and women, that's anti-trans. And now we have to cancel you. That's like
people saying they will never fuck a cis man.
Oh, okay,
a cisgendered man. There are people who go out there like, fuck cisgender men, but that's okay, because a cisgender man is a man who is, you know, who was born a man, who believes he identifies with his body, and he's straight, and he doesn't want, like, the other things. And they're like, I won't fuck a cis man because they identify as a man. They are, you know, they were born that way, etc. I'm not fucking that. There are people who won't fuck a cisgendered man, who are down, like, again, they're down to smash they're down to have sex with a trans woman. There are people in, like, the LGBTQ community who are not down to then have sex with a cisgendered male because it's too straight, it's too toxically masculine. How dare you be what you were born? Like, how dare you identify with the sex you were assigned at birth? There are people who are like that, and that's the same fucking concept, but it's okay. It's okay when you're, again, the smaller minority coming out and shitting on the majority. That's totally fine. Like, what they consider the majority.
But we recognize that this is a radical view, right?
It's bullshit, but it's becoming widely spread.
But that's what I'm
and
saying.
And that's what I'm saying. It's
this,
such bullshit.
But if this is a radical view, and a lot of people recognize, okay, this is a part of the left that is radical, that believes this, and it's a small minority, why is the majority going along with it?
Nobody wants to be canceled, censored, etc. No one wants to be who these,
J.K. Rowling.
you know...
I want to be J.K. Rowling. She's got so much money.
But she's
and
lost
how great is Harry
so
Potter?
much money. She has lost a huge following for these tweets right here.
But that doesn't feel anti-trans.
It's not anti-trans.
Nothing that she said feels anti-trans. This tweet starts off with, I respect every trans person, and I know those are just words, but...
Well, and even her last tweet, like her initial tweet that fucked her over, the one where it was like, I wonder if there's a word for this... Because she was making, like, you know, it's a poke at the, like, you mean a woman? Like, come on, guys. You're trying so hard to be Angel episode 1 of Nicholas's podcast. I'm gonna step around every little thing possible. They tried so hard to step around saying women because they were afraid of offending people. Because there are women who don't menstruate. Quite frankly, there are women who were born with those body parts already that don't menstruate anyway. They're still considered women. Those people who have, like, it's obviously very rare that you have, like, reproductive issues to that extent, obviously. But, like, you have, like, a severe reproductive issue anyway. They're not going, oh my god, this excludes me. They're going, yeah, no, that's like the basic definition. That's totally, you know, that's fine for whatever. Like, we get what you're getting at. Like, we're not going to be offended that you're using a scientific thing for your article or whatever. Like, fine.
Okay, I have a question. Do you feel, as a woman, that the plight of trans women trying to join that category or be a part of that category or say that they are, do you feel like that takes away from your experience at all?
From me being a woman?
Yeah. That them saying, oh, just because you menstruating doesn't make you a woman, or you don't have to have the body parts to be a woman. Like, does that take away? Do you feel as though that takes away from your experience at all? Because as a guy, if somebody says, if there's a girl and she says, I'm a boy, I would just be like, okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay. I don't know.
I don't know what the fuck they grew up with dealing with. Like, I have no idea, like, what situation they had, if they were catcalled, etc. as a kid and whatnot, which is what is super common in America. Fuck if I know what they went through. It's none of my goddamn business. If you're gonna, you know, come to me, like, I have known you for 24 years as a male, and you come to me tomorrow and go, yeah, I'm a woman. Okay.
But do you feel like that takes away from what it means to be a woman at all?
I mean, why would it? Because it's like, you're okay, you're a woman. Like, I respect your choice to be a woman. That's, like, you know, I expect that's how you feel. Like, that's your experience. That's how you are. I respect that. Like, that's, you know.
Do you think that a trans woman is a woman? We're going.
Is a trans woman a woman? To an extent, like, I mean, a trans woman is a type of woman.
But do you think they are a woman in the same sense that if I said you were a woman, do you think that there's an equality?
You're pushing
there?
for something really hard here.
No, I'm just interested.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure. A trans woman is a woman. Are they the same as a biologically born woman? Obviously not. Do they menstruate? No, obviously not. J.K. Rowling called that shit out herself, apparently, on accident. No, they don't menstruate. No, they don't have the ability to carry a child. Crazy concept. I mean, I'm sure we've been developing shit to do that for years, where, like, you know, people with male body parts could potentially be able to do that at some point, etc. Like, even if they get, you know, surgery and all that, whatever, fine. We're getting there. But they don't have, you know, a womb already in place in their body. They don't have, quite frankly, you know, the exact same connection on that front. There are certain experiences you can't recreate. I mean, I can't dick somebody down. You can't bleed from, you know, even
well,
if
you
surgically...
could put on a strap-on and then...
It's not the... I don't feel anything.
It's not the same.
Quite frankly, if I put on a strap-on, it's not the same. Like, I don't have the ability to have feeling throughout that plastic appendage or whatever kind of appendage is.
There are a lot of people that are offended you just said that.
What? It's honest. I don't have the ability to feel all of that because it doesn't exist on my body. I don't have it. Physically, I do not have it. One of the biggest reasons, I got penis envy up the wazoo. I do. I would love to go pee outside. Penis envy is absolutely, it is the easiest thing to go to. But pee outside, smash, etc. Like, who doesn't want to have penis envy every once in a while? Like, damn, like, that'd be convenient as all hell. Or you're like, damn, that's a fat ass. Whatever. Like, there's moments. You're just like, I could see it. For sure. And then I go back to, but this is my experience. I literally cannot ever change my body enough to get that kind of experience. So even if I wanted to just for one day experience some of the simplicity of not accidentally pissing on my fucking pants when I go to squat in the forest or some shit, like, it's just, no matter what I change, I'm never going to get to that point. There wouldn't be proper sensation. All those things would never get there. I'm good in my body. I am. I'm totally fine in my body. It is what it is. And I'm going to rock it. With that being said, like, you can't be a biological woman if you weren't born a biological woman. We don't have the technology for that just yet. Just like I can't go and decide to be a biological man at any point and be able to experience those experiences. It just wouldn't work. So there are differences, obviously, between trans women and biological women. Because, quite frankly, you don't have a uterus. You can't have a baby grow inside you the same way. It just doesn't happen. Not yet. I'm sure we'll get there one day. Not yet. We cannot have you have a baby yet. You can't actually menstruate yet. You can't do any of those things. Your boobs don't grow naturally with hormones and all that. Like, it's just not quite there. You have to take things to kind of make you similar and really close to it, but you're not quite 100% physically to that point and experience. You're never going to understand menstrual cramps the same. You're not going to understand the experience probably of endometriosis the same, or having the feeling of your body split in two as your ovarian cyst bursts for the 10th time. You're not going to get that. It's not going to be there because you don't have fucking ovaries, and they're not going to have an ovarian cyst grow on them, and they're not going to burst, and you're not going to have ovarian cancer because you don't have any ovaries. But you can have testicular cancer. Great news. You have something else to live with. Did you ash in your drinking cup? I ashed in the wrong cup. Are you going to... Oh my god. Was it your water cup?
That was just water.
I was like, please tell me that you didn't ash both.
Yeah.
Whew, okay.
You know what my problem is?
Yeah, what's your problem?
My problem is I just don't know. If somebody comes up to me and says, I have a penis and I feel like a woman, I don't know what that means. So I feel like, because me personally, I don't know what it means to feel like a woman. I don't even know, people say, oh, feel like a man. I don't even know what that means. I only know what it means to feel like me.
You only know your own experience.
I only know my own experience. And everybody does.
There's like a collective issue here.
But time out, that's the problem, right? If you have never been this thing, how do you know what it feels like to be that? Like, I don't know what it feels like to be a horse.
Or whatever else. And you can imagine...
I don't know what it feels like to be you. God. And that's not taking away... My real problem is, I don't know how to articulate these thoughts because they're so... It's just all over the place. Yeah. No, not even controversial. Oh. I'm not afraid to say controversial. That's all I do here is say wild shit.
Let's go.
But I say it if I genuinely feel that way. And I don't know how to feel about this. I don't think that someone who was born with a penis is obviously the same thing as someone who was born with a vagina. Those are two different things. But if I don't know what it feels like to
feel like you're in the wrong spot.
To feel like I'm in the wrong body.
Yeah.
And I think there are arguments that could be made that they're separate things. Maybe you can make the same argument that they're the same thing. But as a guy, if a girl came up to me and said, I'm a guy, I just don't know how to interpret that. Like, I had Felicity. Do you remember Felicity from high school? Was she around when you were in?
I think I still follow her on Instagram.
She's non-binary.
Followed them on Instagram.
Yeah.
Noted.
But we had this discussion, and she was talking about how sometimes she feels very masculine, and other times she feels feminine, and I don't know what that is. Like, maybe you can feel
you can
masculine, but does that make you a guy if I put on a dress, I'm gonna feel like a girl, but I don't think that makes,
maybe you might not,
or I might feel like a guy who's just fucking wearing a dress. I don't know.
It's a thing. Like you can feel, a bit more masculine, a bit more feminine, etc. I mean, like there's days where I fucking like worn my partner's pants when I had lost weight. I was with his pants, and we have like flannels that we share and what. I'm just dressed to the nine, like total dude's clothing. I was gonna be like a groomsman in my friend's wedding. I was getting fit for a tux that same day. I was vibing, right? I was vibing to that beat. But at the same time, and I grew up like being a tomboy for like a lot of my childhood. And, like that was our version of that back in the day, mind you. Like back in my day, tomboy was how we kind of expressed the liking guy stuff, liking more masculine things, being more androgynous with our gender, like being more fluid with it, was just being a fucking tomboy. Like you had the ability to wear like a skirt one day and you wanted to go out and wear your brother's clothes the other day. Like we were like, yeah, whatever.
Now that makes you a trans guy, a trans man.
Now it's so much more serious than that. It's so much more intense than just having the fluidity to, wear whatever the fuck you want and like do whatever the fuck you want on those fronts. Now it's like you are these things. You are this, you are that. Now I've met people who have like been like 110%. They're like, no, I'm a dude, I'm a dude, I'm a dude. And then they turned around like a year or two later and they're like, I'm not. But they almost went through on everything.
You know people that thought they were trans or identified as trans for a period of time and
had identified, and then they were like, actually, I think I'm just a little bit more non-binary than this. Like, I think I just kind of take a step back. Like, I'm not quite there, actually. I'm glad I didn't go through with, like, X, Y, and Z. Like, I'm glad I had time for it, especially in people that are under the age of, like, 24. It's a very volatile time to introduce the opportunity to, like, start taking things that can permanently change you. Honestly,
that's what freaks me out.
That's where I get like a little concerned.
Kids taking hormones scares the shit out of me.
Especially when things are actually socially acceptable, you'll go way harder with them when they're actually socially acceptable. So you feel like this is what's going on, this is what's up. You're also flooded with hormones. Anybody under the age of before you've actually like finished developing your brain, even afterwards for a while, we're kind of fucking idiots. Honestly,
I'm still a fucking idiot. That way.
I'm kind of barely not an idiot. Not really. Like, I'm still a fucking idiot. But quite frankly, like, I was a bigger fucking idiot back then. No social skills, no nothing. Totally was just going with the flow for everything. I was like, we're wearing these cute brown short boots now? Cute brown short boots for everybody. Let's go. Oh, scarf season? Scarves for everybody. Let's go. I'm like, everything was like, whatever we're doing it. I'm doing 110%. I have to have my bangs cut to the side. Absolutely everybody's bi right now, or whatever the fuck it was. Like, it literally, and then you believe so intensely, too. You believe so intensely, this is real, this is true, this is what I really feel. And the 9. And then half the time it dissipates over time as you actually find yourself and you grow up and you figure out what's going on. And a lot of things they stick that are actually true to you and etc. And a lot of things are just, whatever. And it's just the fact that people have the ability to choose something that will permanently change them and actually commit to that before they're even to like drinking age is mortifying.
I think you're not a real person if you're under 26.
That's fair. I'm definitely not an adult.
Yeah.
I really don't feel like one. I'm debating this. No. I
know you want to. And I'm not 26. I'm 24. But
yeah, I'm not even to that
haven't.
But I don't think, like, I'm not there. I mean, I don't have especially
your brain doesn't stop developing until you're 25, 26, right? That's the age.
I thought it was 24.
Oh. It might be. But still.
I got
it. Oh, nice. How many people... There was this fucking bill, I think it was in San Francisco, where they wanted to let 16-year-olds vote. And I saw that hilarious. And I fucking died laughing. Do you know how stupid I was at 16? I'm stupid at 24, but a different kind. Yeah. But at 16, Come on. And this is the world that we are
It's like a
going into.
torch.
We're failing, right?
It's really cool.
We're failing to acknowledge that kids are kids,
Yeah.
and they're not. They're
They're not adults
they're not
yet.
human beings. They're just they're
not
they're
human
humans.
beings.
They're human beings, but they're not adults. They're these empty vessels that are accumulating knowledge.
Empty
and
vessels. Okay, but they're
make
accumulating
retarded
knowledge. We are
choices.
very bad word.
As I said that, I
there
was
it
like,
goes. Okay, you said the wrong
"Man,
word.
people come."
No.
But see, why is that a bad word? I mean, why are these things?
I don't know. There's a song called "Retard Bus" that just made me think of though. It's like, it's a schizophrenic songwriter actually. Was it Wesley Willis? Or
But if I
something?
say
Anyway,
retarded,
but it's good. Yeah, it's a good song.
we
But I
both
know what you
know-
mean.
we
Like,
both-
it's,
yeah.
it's you're not making like well-informed decisions. You're not understanding half what
You're
doing.
being dumb.
Social pressure
just
is
being
huge,
dumb.
especially in like the age of like social media. We had it bad. Don't get me wrong. Social media hit hard when we were in school. Nowadays,
Did it?
It did. It did. Social media hit hard back then. Like it became such a bigger thing. Like because MySpace came out, then Facebook, then Snapchat and Twitter and like Instagram. Everything came out and it started getting really big. And you know it got big because I think even like one or two people's nudes were leaked. And you know social
When we
media
were in
is
high school?
big. Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Okay,
Oh
so
no, I
you-
guess I did. I'm
Yeah,
full of shit.
yeah,
I heard
yeah.
about one.
I heard about like at least one person's like nudes getting leaked, and I was like, oh shit. Why y'all don't take nudes? Anyway. Like just like to my side self, like this is one of the positives of anyway, not talking to anyway, not the point. I lost my train of thought. Oh, but anyway,
talking about
social media
social
was
media.
getting bigger, yeah. When we were in school. To the point where like I even had some I got bullied, you know, I think we talked about this before. Was bullied before on social
I think we
media and
did talk
stuff on
about
like
that last
Twitter and
time.
shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a thing. That happened. That really like got to my mental health big time back then. And then now it's being implemented and like at the very least we were a bit older when it came out, like old enough to have understood life prior to social media. You know, especially since we're in a relatively poor area, I'm sure you didn't have a phone immediately when they came out. Like
I had a flip phone, I think,
don't tell me.
until my junior year in high school.
Oh, till then, yeah, okay, good. So you rocked the flip phone for longer. That's good. But anyway, so you experienced life without a smartphone long enough to at the very least understand the impact of like, holy shit, everything's just available at your fingertips now. And then these kids coming around now are in like middle school getting death threats and all this other crap. Like they're being told to kill themselves and they suck and like all this shit. All that's coming out before they even reach high school. This intense amount of like fixation on I have to communicate with these people 24/7. I have to message my friend who's sad in the middle of the night and like keep them safe. I have to, you know, turn around and check in on this, you know, app where people are talking mad shit. That all came like that's affecting people much younger these days, like intensely. Those are all issues that a coworker or two of mine was talking about, but like their kids that are currently growing up in this like age where they were experiencing those situations where like one had a friend they had to like message constantly because like they were like suicidal already and they're like 14, and then there's like another person. Don't get me wrong, like I had suicidal friends at 14, but fuck, you know, for these reasons that's bad. And then another one who's like being told to go kill themselves, and there's a suicide pact going on at like, you know, 12 or some shit. Like it got perpetually. I'm just gonna move this off here.
I heard about
worse.
that in the high school. It was EHS, right? There was some suicide pact that went around.
Yeah, there's like things, and it extended for like a lot of kids were involved. Like it was just crazy, and just that's social media, man. Like social media is fucking awful, and you can convince people of like anything. And have you seen these kids these days and what the fuck they're wearing? Like, what is wrong with them? Like, they're just walking around taking posts like they're 26. Half these girls look older than I do.
Angel, you're slut shaming. You can't say that.
Fuck that shit. That's a goddamn child. She should not be, like, exposed to that extent.
You know what's weird?
They would never let me
Beauty
walk around.
pageants for children.
No.
That is a weird thing that
This is like when my
we all
fucking
just let
stepmom
happen.
bought me clothes when I was a child, okay? And she used to be a stripper. I found that out recently.
Oh damn!
Explain the outfit that I got when I was a kid, though. She got me a. I was like 7 years old, if that, and she got me a like short skirt, like mini skirt, to be a tube top, and a mini skirt to go with it. as like a 7-year-old child. I was never allowed to wear it. Not once. Any piece of the outfit. Ever. Like, I came home after I got it. I think I wore it once, and then that was like when I had like been with my stepmom, and then it was over after that. That's the kind of shit. Like, that's how you should be treating your children. When your children want to walk in the house with a goddamn crop top before the age of 17, you should tell them, no, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get the rest of your shirts. You're a child. Like, why would you want to wear something where you're like half naked?
But see, a lot of people think the opposite. That you gotta just let them wear whatever they want to wear.
It's just so, I mean, like 13, 14, etc.
Wild.
Like, there's no age limit. Like, there should be an age limit on people watching porn. There should be an age limit on when you fucking start dressing like that. Like, if you're a kid, you shouldn't have access to half that stuff. You're a fucking child. Like, why are we not protecting them
There
from
should be an
anything?
age limit for social media, for sure.
Yeah,
I think
like,
that's a
why is there
reasonable
no
thing.
protection for anything? They can sit there and they can go and talk to a full-grown adult all the way across the world easily at any moment that they fucking feel like it. Some predator, whoever.
Omegle?
Omegle was such a big, terrible thing.
I dated a girl for a while
No,
who
you
told
didn't.
me... Yeah, I did. I know, crazy thought.
You dated a girl.
I did, and
What?
she was telling me about how when she was in middle school, I think,
Oh,
she
God.
went on to Omegle, and all it was just dicks. Just guys
I think we talked about
showing
this
their
before,
dicks.
too, also, yeah, there was like they show their dicks, man. It was a very large chunk of unsolicited dick pics. Absolutely, dick vids, and then occasionally you would see someone that was your own age.
And then they'd pull out their dick.
No, I mean sometimes, but not always. And then you
get
had
to
to
see
bail
the
out of the
face for a
conversation.
second,
Then.
and then it'd be dick. I
And then
never
you
went onto
swipe
Omegle.
away.
That was never my... I've never been a big social
I
media
should
guy.
have never been able to go on Omegle though. Like, that's one of the things that, like, that's where I'm like, I want my kid to be away from all of that. I would like them to be separate from that.
Do your parents even know what that is? I think
I
Omegle
have
just
no
slipped
idea.
under the radar.
I am terrified to think that none of our parents have any idea what that is, but they also seem to have no idea what it was. Which is awful. Because people their age were definitely on it. And older. And it was just... Ugh. Like... Dude. It's terrible. I'm sorry.
Circling back.
Kids need to be,
You know
like,
what?
away from a lot of that.
You know what I like about our relationship? Is that we both are not the type of texters where I text you and you have to respond right away. Or vice versa.
Yeah, I'm really
I can't
bad at texting.
do those relationships where it's like you text somebody and they want a response right then. If you get a response from me within a couple days or within a week, that's...
I have messages I
pretty good.
haven't opened since November.
I should not. I have like 86 unopened.
Okay, I don't have that many unopened messages, but like there's messages from people that I genuinely...
Look at that. What number is that?
104.
104.
I have people that I genuinely like love and because I don't get many messages at all. Like, not a lot of
Most
people
of those are
message
probably
me.
spam. So yeah.
Okay. So not a lot of people message me. I want to like put that context out there, but I have a couple messages from people that are like, I love them to death. I would do anything for them. Best friends from November that I have not opened. Because like they are that close to like my heart, and I just still I have not opened them because I'm like, I don't even know what to say to that. Like, I didn't even finish reading it, didn't even open it all the way to actually read it. Just went, I don't know what to say to that. That looks, my brain can't do it. And then I just walked away, and I was like, that was it. That was the whole scenario. And so I'm a very terrible friend when it comes to like being the person who texts back.
Does that make you a terrible friend
fast.
though?
It makes me feel like it a little bit because I'm sure I would have actually seen this person by now, like in person, if I had actually fucking responded once. If I actually opened that last message. So that's when I feel like a bad friend. But
I just
otherwise,
think there's
it's nice.
something...
It's a nice part of friendship to not feel like you have to
respond all the time.
Yeah,
right away.
because I don't know. I showed up today without going, are we still doing this today? Usually my anxiety brain going, check in before you go places.
We were both here.
No, yeah, just showed up. I said,
yeah.
fuck it. I made an
You
appointment.
just showed up.
Man.
You didn't even text
like,
and say, hey, I'm here. You just knocked on the door.
I was like, this is just the day. Let go. That was it. That was the whole mood. It felt very... that was a really big moment for me, to not check in.
That should be. That was a big moment.
It was good. It's 2022. No anxiety. Leave that shit in 2021. No, but like shit like that where I'm like, I hate like the social construct of like feeling like I have to check in like that. Like, this is still happening. When am I supposed to be here? Yo, I'm here. Where are you at though? Etc. Like, it's just so tedious. Like, I hung out for somebody for like the first time ever. That was a really bad sentence. I hung out with somebody for like the first time ever last weekend, and just the whole process was like me texting, like, again, what time are you leaving? Oh, pushing out of next time. Oh, I showed up. Oh, you're like this far out. That's cool. I'll be hanging out here. Okay, I'll meet you there. Like, just like that very like thorough, in depth. Like, where am I gonna, like, just that tedious. And you're like, I just want to show up and then just like kick it and be fine. I want to have to think about it. Like, I want it to just be like a non-issue. Like, I don't have to respond to every little thing and feel like it's super necessary. And that was the whole point of that rant. And it was really bad.
Some people feel like it's super necessary though. If you don't respond within a couple hours, they're spamming your text.
Like, what the fuck? What's going on?
Hey, where you at? Hey, what's going on?
What's the deal? What's the 411? Give me an
did you get my text?
Oh God, did you get my text? Like, yes, I got your text. I just, I suck. Please stop texting.
I don't think we're supposed to be able to reach out and touch people like that.
Don't like
just
it.
at any second and know, hey, I know you have your phone. And that means you need to respond to me right when I text you.
Yeah. Of course you have to respond. And
we all know everybody's just scrolling something.
Relationships, dude. Like, that's...
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
oh, shit.
Well, that's where you see that shit, like, the most in, right? Like, you see that shit, like, it's usually, like, it's close friendships and close, like, intimate relationships as well. Well, obviously close, and it's fucking Reddit. But, like, an intimate relationship as well. Like, you see those things way more because they start popping out because you're like, there's the codependency. This generation has a huge amount of codependency in general with that, where they're just like constantly just like, hey, where are you, who are you with, what's going on, like crazy. And it's like all over like your movies and TV shows, like mainstream shit like that. And it seems totally normal. Like, of course, there's always the asshole, like on the social, like on the movies and whatnot, like lying. Of course, did you really just take a shot, bruh?
I did, and I regretted it right away.
That's fair. And yeah, it's just portrayed in like all those things constantly. It's just.
Do you think that's what it stems from? Because codependency is a big fucking thing.
Stems from there, but it definitely is.
Do you think we're actually more codependent than previous generations?
Yes, absolutely. Well, because your phone tricks your brain into a lot of things, and really it's the notifications on your phone and receiving that information. Like, you see that and it sets off a thing in your brain that like releases like the oxytocin and everything, as if you were actually talking to a human being.
Okay, time. So I'm going to agree with you.
Okay.
Because I think we are more codependent, but an argument I feel like could be made that previous generations were pretty codependent because you wouldn't leave a marriage. So it's codependency, but is it codependency because women couldn't own land and couldn't vote and couldn't do all this shit, so they were just stuck with their husband? Or is it codependency? Maybe I'm full of shit because a lot of people.
I feel like you're kind of full of shit.
And their marriages now.
Yeah. Okay. So previous generations, I wouldn't call that codependent. It's like in a interrelationship sense, it's more financially codependent. Financially, like you have the dependent, etc. Yeah, you kind of that's different than like your social, like actual romantic feelings, social feelings, like that being codependent. Because one's like the financial hold over your life, you really can't escape because of how things are set up. Versus.
But I'll be honest, I know a lot of fucking people that are in relationships that don't exactly seem like they're healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just in the relationship because.
Especially with technology, because you have the opportunity to, every time your partner doesn't give you attention and like feed your ego or whatever it is you need or comfort you, etc., you can just, hey, cell phone, and scroll and do whatever the fuck you want. You have the literal world at your fingertips. It's all right there. You have people who, would sit there and compliment you. You have, like, people you can message, whatever else. Like, those relationships get toxic. Like, it's really easy to have a toxic relationship in, like, those settings where you just don't feel validated, vindicated, supported, etc., whatever. And they're just really gross.
But shouldn't that lend itself towards people cheating more? Because you have all these people in your pocket. Yeah. Why are people staying together then in bad relationships? If you've got all these people at your fucking fingertips, why are you staying with this one person that is shitty?
I mean, are they shitty or you shitty? Or both you shitty?
Well, regardless, you're not happy. You're not happy in the relationship.
But
so why stay? Why does
I don't
anybody
know.
stay?
Is it a part of just the ability to have like somebody there constantly at least? Like, is it just again that's that codependent like I'm gonna get the most attention from this person, or like I don't know what it is, or is it in part because people are also still financially codependent even though we broke away in another way?
I think people are
Like,
afraid.
Afraid?
I think people are afraid of being alone.
Yeah.
With themselves, with their own thoughts, their own shortcomings, their own aspirations, whatever it is, they're afraid of being alone with that little voice inside of their head.
They're like, don't do this to me.
Yeah, it's easier, and I think people fall into this trap where, they've invested a lot of time with this person, or they've already been together for so many years, or...
It's like the same thing.
It was great in the beginning, but now it's kind of sideways. And, I love this person when we first started dating, and I know that person's still in there, and they're not.
Ooh. That line's bad.
Bad in what way?
Oh, it's just, you hear that one a lot.
But that's the thing, though, right?
It's also, it's a pipe dream. Like, oh, they're still, like...
Yeah, they're not.
Like, people change.
They're not.
Like, just wake up. They change. You've changed. It's okay.
Or they act a certain way in the beginning, and then you see, okay, this is actually who that person is. Once the honeymoon phase ends.
And then there's...
But why do people stay?
Things.
Because they're not stupid. I think most people are intelligent, reasonable people, and they look at a situation and say, I'm not happy, but maybe I could be. Or I was in the beginning, or I will be again.
I can fix this.
Yeah.
Oh, that classic, like, I can fix
something.
something.
We're going to see therapy. And we've all been there. That's the thing.
It's fine. So, like, don't worry. We'll do this. We'll do that. Like, it'll be great. Or they're just, like, riding a roller coaster or whatever. Like, there is so many versions.
Or they have one great day and 6 bad ones. But it's worth it, because, it's going to be like that all the time soon.
That great day is coming
back,
scares
the fuck out of me. That scares the shit out of me. I don't think... There are a lot of things that will fuck up your life, but you are as significant as being with the wrong person. That one can really fuck you up. You can be in a shitty job, and not be going anywhere, and your life kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But that is nothing compared to being in a relationship that you really shouldn't be in. That just drains you. You go home, you're fucking pissed because you guys are fighting, or this is happening and you don't think it should be, and your partner does, and whatever. And you get trapped in that. And then 20 years go by and you're married to that person, you're like, I wasn't happy 20 years ago. That scares the fuck out of me.
It's like, you were aware, but then you went for it anyway.
And it just, we were dating for 3 years and they proposed and I said yes because we've been together for so long, and that scares the shit out of me more than a lot of things.
Just being stuck.
Being stuck, because I've almost been there.
You were right. Was that the one that you moved? You changed colleges for? Well, changed your college choice for? Sorry.
It's been no. We'll be honest.
Okay.
I have been in a situation where I saw how my life could have been, and at the time, that wouldn't have been good for either of us. I think you can really love somebody, and not be right for each other at the time. And it's hard for people to recognize that it's not right.
It's not matching up.
And people fuck up. You can get somebody pregnant, or you can be pregnant by somebody else, and then you're just fucking stuck with that person.
To an extent in your life. To an extent.
Some people don't. Some people are single and have a child and do amazing things, and some people get in a relationship and it works out perfectly. And some people stay with the baby daddy and it works out great and they're happily married.
And then sometimes it doesn't. But, you know.
But that's the thing is you can,
back and forth.
even if you don't get somebody pregnant, you can be in a relationship that is toxic by whatever that means. Or just not a good relationship. And be in love and think that person is right for you, but it drains you.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever aspirations you have set for yourself are going to be hindered because each time you go home, you're going to be like, fuck, man. I don't want to go home. I don't want to go see this person. I don't want to fight. I don't want to get into this argument. I don't want to be stressed out.
Yeah.
That scares the shit out of me because I look around and I see a lot of people that are in that spot. And I'm like, that's a fucking trap. That is a trap. And I don't know.
That is the trappiest trap there is.
But people don't recognize it when they're in it. And other people recognize it, but sometimes they're wrong because you don't know somebody's relationship unless you're in it. But sometimes they're right. And people see it and you don't see it because you're in love and you fucking love this person and want to be with them. And, you know, yeah, it's hard, but it's worth it because it's them. That shit fucks me up.
Yeah. No, it's intense shit, definitely.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like, yeah. That's sorry. I also got hit
I don't even know how we got to that, but I just
I have no idea. You went on a damn tangent, like got there. You
scares
landed.
me. That really scares me. Because I think if you want to be happy in this life, you can't sacrifice any of it. You got to be happy. You can't work and do a job that you hate because that fucking takes time. You can't be with a partner who, you know, it's not 100% because that fucks you up. There are these traps that people get sucked into, and I don't know how you avoid them. I don't know how you see them when they're coming. I've fallen into most of them. But it's scary. When you get out of one and you see, oh, fuck, that was pretty easy to walk into. It's scary.
You had no idea. It was all smoke and mirrors the entire time. And you're just like...
And that's your fucking life. You wake up, my biggest fear is waking up in 20 years and being in a situation I didn't want to be in and knowing I could have changed it and not doing shit.
Way to go deep, Nick.
I don't know how we got on that. But does that not freak you out? That's scary.
It's a freaky concept.
It scares the fuck
Absolutely.
out of me, yeah.
Like who would want that? That's literally.
But people accept
someone
that.
in a long-term relationship would definitely say, yeah, no, that's definitely one of the things you'd want to avoid at like all costs and just try your absolute best to be on the lookout for. Because that is a scary thought, absolutely. And you just have to stay vigilant and focused on what you actually want in the future. For sure. Like, actually review it on a regular basis, make sure you're on the right path and everything, just so you're, like, aware, like, if you start to, stray in any direction.
But how many people do that?
Not many.
Not many.
Not many.
Not many.
Are you kidding me? Do you know how hard it is to, like, fucking bring up your plan and keep going over that every year? Are you kidding me? That's fucking torturous. I'm sure very successful people do that stuff all the time. Most of us, though, aren't very successful, so... Or just mildly successful or whatever. Not the same. Yeah, actually, like, every, like, lawyer and, like, super just fucking, like, on it people that have, like, those great jobs and everything, every time I ever schedule one of them, like, at my job, they always have, like, at least one very important calendar this has to go in, and they have, like, a work calendar. They have, like, all these calendars, and they all have to match every time. And I'm like, you just live by all these calendars and planners, like, constantly? To the point where, like, we get off the phone, and you're gonna tell me if I fucked up and told you 9:15 instead of 9:30 when you show up. Like, I know it. They're gonna walk in.
I like how we went into.
And they're just gonna go there.
We went from relationships to scheduling.
Well, because your life is like, okay, come on, man. I have ADHD. Your life has. I put my life on a schedule so I can remember things. I fucking forget.
A schedule's a good thing to have.
It's good for your body. Genuinely,
it's good for your mental health.
Yeah, it's good for your mental and physical health. Absolutely. My schedule's getting so fucked lately.
Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Do you have to go or you?
I'm good.
I feel like I went off on a tangent there.
Yeah, you did. And then I started turning into scheduling, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Something toxic, long-term hole. Social media issue. Oh yeah, social media cheating
being with the
issues.
wrong
There we go.
person.
Yeah. We crash into like the social media and how it just totally tears everything up, completely and entirely. Which had gone into like people cheating, then just regular toxic relationships. That then jumps into me rambling about scheduling. There we go. And how important that is, and keeping your life on track, and being a successful adult. Quite frankly, and I need to get good.
Do you feel like you're an adult?
No, I mean I'm an adult. I'm not a successful adult, but I'm an adult.
I don't even know what being an adult means anymore.
I felt more
when I
adult
was a kid,
Like,
when I was 12, 13, hell, when I was in high school, I thought 24-year-olds, had their shit together.
You were
figured
a fool.
that the fuck out. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I realize now? We're all just kids.
No, you
We're
never
all
really
just
get there.
fucking
Like, have you
kids.
talked to like coworkers that are like over their 40s and shit like that?
I've talked to people that are in their 80s, and it's like,
And then-
oh, you're just a child that learned this one thing and went down this one path.
Technically get past half of it. Like, you lose some of the young energy, don't get me wrong. If you like see like those 19, 20-year-olds in the workplace just bouncing around, balls of fucking fire, heavy emotion, etc., they're still riding that high, right? Of being a young, growing adult. Like, they have all that energy, so much pep in their step, etc. It's all there. They're so happy. Their voice doesn't sound like it's been traumatized yet. It's great. And then flash forward a few years, like the little like sparkle in their eye dims a little bit, even the ones that are very bubbly still. And they kind of like progress a little bit on that front, but everything else is the same, honestly. They're just less energized children running amok, doing their thing. Some of them are a little bit wiser because they just kind of know how a couple things go, but not by much. Not really. And there's some of them that are like somehow still way more childish than even the 20-year-olds, and you're like, are you okay?
Do you feel like you have a plan for where you want to go?
Dude, I have a few plans.
Okay, hit me.
But they're very like they don't go together. They don't
what are we thinking?
vibe. I mean, obviously school, obviously a job. It doesn't matter the job. That's the part. Like, but still, school, job. I do have a couple like specific career paths looking at. But I'm just so constantly torn that I don't even like. What do I even want to commit? Because I'm so like right down the middle. I'm like, why do I even do a class? I'm like, do I just find the classes that overlap and do those for the time being? As I'm like splitting myself into two pieces between the person who's like willing to be on call constantly, or like the person who just wants to take their contract work, get it done, and call it good, and like have their like life for the family off grid.
What is that, paralysis by choice? Where you have so many options.
Yeah, like it's not even so many. It's two very polarizing options. Because one of them, to some extent, at least at some point, I have to be available to on-call shit, right? In some level. And I'm just like, do I want to put myself in a position where my time can be pulled away from like the family unit that I'd be then trying to create or already have? I really want to be pulled away at a moment's notice, just like to have that like really satisfying, great career, like that career, or do I want to like pick the more boring option that still satisfies enough curiosity that would then allow me to go do those things freely whenever the fuck I wanted, because it's more like contracting work for the most part that I'd be picking up specifically, and then it's just like polarizing.
What do you feel like is holding you back from each one?
From each one, it's like, I don't know, the thought of like making sure I don't miss anything for one of them, and then the other one of just like, how dissatisfied do I really want to be in my job? Because I know I would be dissatisfied. Because there's I have learned over the years in the course of many jobs that I choose helping people over money. Like, I can make more money in one job and I will leave it to do something where I feel like I'm actually helping somebody. I was ripping people off selling phones, full well knowing I was ripping them off and robbing them of their money. I was aware. Especially towards the end, I was definitely aware. And I couldn't stay in that job. It was just such a shitty experience knowing that I was taking from this like person to line my pocket. just making a profit. I wouldn't want to listen to my voice right there.
You should try
like,
it.
It sounds terrible.
You should try it.
But I don't think I want to. Thank you for the offer, though. It just like having the knowledge that you're ripping somebody off for money, and like to make it to line your pocket. I couldn't do it, so I went on to work at a mental health facility, and then I burnt myself out from being on call, taking all the shifts, etc. Like being pulled away from my home life, my fun, etc. Unless I was already drunk, then it was too late. You should have called me earlier. Very rare. That happened like once. Or I couldn't come in for a shift. That was it. Every time I was there though. And just constantly pulled away. But again, making like decent money, doing that job was a pay cut, no commission off of other people's suffering. Keep that in mind. And then working a different job where again I was supposed to be some like bill collecting human that like it's always like clinical, technical shit, whatever, not super important. But I'm not really helping anybody. I'm collecting money. I'm a bill collector, basically, more or less, like medical biller for like a building, whatever. And I have to sit there and be like, and if you don't pay me, I'm sending you to collections. Instead of, yeah, I'll make you this great deal, just pay me $50 a month. Because I know, technically we're not supposed to approve this, but you can't afford anything else. So let's just do something that'll actually help you out. Felt awful doing that. And then jumped to a different job where, again, like, so each time, mind you, I, like, lose money as I'm doing these things. I actually end up gaining it back when I do the Better for Society things, weirdly enough. It happens. I feel like my hourly goes down and then it comes back. It's interesting, the process. And then I went on to this last job where I'm like, actually at the very least, like, you know, talking to humans, making people happy, accommodating them, etc. Doing things for like their betterment, health, and all that. And it's a much better feeling. You have people who are like very grateful. You have like older patients that might fucking buy you a gift card to Ramones because they're just like, thank you so much for dealing with me and like having me talk to you on the phone for 10,000 times over and send you X, Y, and Z. Like, you sent me all these letters and stuff that I asked for and all this stuff. Or another person who's like, oh, thank you for explaining this to me for 20th time over. I made you a bowl cozy because I'm like in my 90s that I love and cherish. Like, you have these, like, great interactions with the community where they're just like, thank you so much for handling and helping me with this. Or it's like, oh, thank you for calling this other doctor's office for me because I was never going to, like, they weren't able to get through for their other stuff. Like, just some of the things you can do to, like, benefit people and see that happiness. And it's like, do I want to go into a job with a degree that's going to let me then interact more with people on that kind of, like, in a way, in one way or another, right? Like being a nurse or, like, whatever it is. Interact, get that experience, that great feeling, like being able to help other people, even when half of them are yelling at you and being told dicks because they're in pain and struggling and it happens. Or, you know, go do the job that's like, let me grind, do some basic math shit that I'm good at, and make, you know, a solid chunk of money, but then be miserable.
Okay, can I ask you this? If you...
Oh, but I'd have my own time to myself in that one.
If you were going down this current path, the path that you're currently on, right? And in 5 years, we're in a similar spot, would you be happy? If everything stayed the same.
I haven't even picked a path.
Exactly. So
I'm not going on a path, so I wouldn't be happy.
This path of indecision, then.
That's the worst.
A path.
That's the worst possible path to be stuck on for 5 years. You don't want to be in an indecisive spot for 5 years. I'd rather fuck up and choose the wrong course than do nothing for 5 years. It's a plateau of all proportions.
So why haven't you picked a path yet? That's the $1 million question, right? That's the one nobody can answer.
Because I think I'm like just leading up to it. Like I feel like the peak, like we're gonna go back to school again in the fall. I know it. I feel it in my bones. I'm going back to school.
Have you signed up yet?
No.
Okay.
We're just it's barely the beginning of spring. Okay. We still have a month or two. Come on. And I have time to actually go talk to, you know, like a counselor at the schools, check in, see, hey.
But are you gonna do that?
Give me some advice. Hey. Yes, actually, that is my current goal. Is to actually to go make an appointment, and check in and chat, figure out what needs to be done, what I got to do, re-enroll again. Re-enroll again. It's so bad to say. It really it hurts my soul. Anyway, re-enroll again and give it, you know, an actual like planned out, properly planned out. With calendar involved. This planner is very important. And then go from there. and actually go along that path. And I have a job that would support me in that. I have a job that would definitely support my, like, moving into that, like, that area and everything. Especially the one that I think I've actually, like, finally settled on, which is not the one where I get to stay at home. Oh, God, that sucks. I really would love to stay at home. That's okay. The other job's way cooler.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's fine.
That makes
it's
up
fine.
for it.
Well, maybe. It depends on which job. I mean, I wouldn't really be able to stay at home in a couple of other versions. It's whatever. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I was going to do. But regardless, going on a path, get it a little more cleaned up. It's not quite there 100% yet, but this is what the planner's for. This is what the planning is for, and this is what the next steps in my life are for. And then you'll also probably see me about 4 months, a little swoller.
Okay. Going back to the gym.
Coming in. Yeah, we're jumping that in there. Yeah, we're just going to throw it out. So that whole New Year's resolution episode you should have had, we're going to add that to that right there.
This is like, the New Year's one.
We'll
count it.
This is it right here. Like, we're going to throw down, more gym work.
First one of 2022 it is the New Year's one.
Yeah, it is. We've made it through COVID and all. No vaxes even.
Okay, so you're taking no vaxes. Okay, so you're taking steps to go.
We're gonna go down.
Yeah,
we're gonna go down left path. The left path is the path that I'm gonna be on.
That's the one you're gonna take.
Yeah. Now I always hear the left path is not the right one to be on. It's also a really bad pun.
Damn.
But at the same time, it's the one that makes you happier. That's one that's like more. Actually, when I had that discussion previously, like it was literally the more moral path was the left-handed path, and it was part of that same joke. So like the more moral path that I'm going to be choosing currently is the one that I placed for my left side when I was doing my hand gestures. For anybody who was listening to this and not watching, in regards to the different paths I have to choose. So yeah, it's the left-handed path. It's not quite the right one for true goals. But man, making the soul happy is just so much more important. I feel like than
but don't you think
living the ideal life.
Your true goals line up with the one that will make you the happiest? Or no?
I mean, if you have conflicting goals, like there's like a certain level of like it doesn't mean you can't get both. I feel like you can have both lives. You can have like, being there for your family, etc., so on and so forth, life. Even if you're not there daily raising them, you can always, especially, if you're going for like a higher position, you can find a place that'll let you work a few days a week, not every single day, only work like half days and whatnot. Like there's options. It just depends. Like you have to definitely find a job that makes more money to pull off having that good, like really good quality time with your family. And that is so important to me to actually have, personally. Like I just have to find like a solid balance where family comes first in it. Like, my mom was a nurse, and my dad was in Oregon. My mom worked her ass off. That meant she wasn't at home, like, ever. Most holidays, especially, like, nothing. Like, she wasn't there. And then my older brother also would bail out. So, like, for me personally, like, having that ability to have family time and, like, have that presence and everything, especially when they're younger, it's just too important to really, like, trade off. It's like, no matter what, that's just like I just have to find a way to make that happen. One way would be way easier than the other, though.
Do you feel like you have to sacrifice a high-paying job to achieve that?
No, I would need the high-paying job to achieve that. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. There's like a high-paying, more miserable job that would make it way easier for me to just be at home, period. And it just wouldn't even, like, the question wouldn't even be raised nearly as much of, like, okay, how are you going to juggle this? Which option within this realm are you going to actually choose to, like, to make that happen, right? Like, there's like, you look at that job over there to the right, there's 1,000 options for it.
What are you thinking of doing? What are your two
choices?
choices?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. We're just pointing in two different directions.
I've kind of been, like, seeing it. Is she going to fucking say what the fuck is happening?
No, absolutely not.
You're not going to say. Okay,
no,
so the censorship, we're closing it off right there. That's the everybody's got to have a line. Okay. Everybody has a line. That's the one we're fucking going right there.
Yeah, so there's one side.
So you have two jobs you're looking at, or
just
two lives.
Think of, again, like some type of work that makes a lot of money where you can like do some sort of contracting things with that also takes math. Think about it. You'll figure something out. That's to the right. Right? And there's There's even more options in the actual category I have dropped down in that box, but you can figure something out. To the right. To the left, we have, like, think more medical, hands-on, caregiving, nursing, you know, patient-provider relationships. Something there, right? Of some sort.
That would be called...
medical profession. Versus some other shit, right? These different options. They both have equally paying, or even, like, you know,
slightly off.
Like, this one's depends on, like, how far you go in them, right? You could go get an extra, like, 2 to 4 years here and there. You could definitely go even higher with them. Whatever, doesn't matter. One of them, if you just, like, stick to a certain area specifically, you can get a lot of shit where you don't have to leave the house much. Congrats. Which means you have all this free time to be, you know, at home and able to, like, take share, especially, like, contract work. When you're doing contract work, again, the time frame and all that's, like, you know, you're not on this, like, depends what you're doing, but you don't have to always be, like, on an 8 to 5, like, shift. Like, you have the ability, there's some flexibility with some of those things. So you can kind of go with places. Other place, it's definitely an 8 to 5, but it's really more like a 7 to 7 or like 12-hour shifts, things like that. It can go a little, like, crazy. You have to find some sort of spot to get in to get more of, like, that control over what your schedule is and how crazy it is and how much you do and what you don't do. And not all of it's, like, intense to reach even. Hell, even the nurses that help with, like, authorizations, you can do a lot with your schedule there. Like, you can go on, like, a lot of different tiers here. And you don't have to be, like, super high up for that. Or you could even be, like, again, like a PA or a doctor or an NP. And you definitely get to control your schedule in those situations depending on where you go and what you do. Because if you want, you can, you know, go to, like, a hospital and, like, actually work a fuck ton of hours. Or you could do, like, office work and things like that. And literally you only go into the office Tuesday and Thursday from X time to X. Like, there's people who do that. Like, it's just, there's so much variety. Or RNs who do X, Y, Z. Anyway, there's so much variety of there. Just have your fun with it. And your freedom for it definitely increases as you get higher up throughout. And similar for the right-hand side. I've just seen a lot more of the left-hand side, personally, and prefer it.
That's the way you're going to go. And the left-hand side will make you happier.
In theory.
Okay.
And then in 5 years, we find out that I fucked up.
Then we know.
I'll have to call you up and be like, so, even if you're not doing the podcast anymore, at that point, I'll be like, so.
We'll be doing it in 5 years. That's going to be a trip.
It's time for a revival episode.
Yeah.
Check in 5-year episode. Be like, hey, where'd you end up on this situation? How did it go?
Well, you know what they say? The worst decision is indecision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I am so good at indecision. Let me tell you. I am
It's easy to fall into.
Tier.
It's easy to fall into.
Yeah, you can overthink yourself out of doing anything. It's easy. Overthink yourself into fucking literal nothingness.
You know what I've realized in my 24 years, my limited years?
It's a lot of years.
You gotta be happy.
What?
You gotta fucking be happy.
Crazy concept.
Yeah. But it is.
A lot of people don't think you need to be happy. They just think you need to
have
a job and pay your bills on time. You pay all your bills on time, you show up to work on time, you're doing great. That's what a lot of people think. Genuinely. That's like, it's huge. They're just like, you just do this and this, and then call it good. Nothing else matters.
It's a rough way to live.
And
or maybe it's not. Some people that do it are happy.
But, like, are they? Or are they just in
I don't know, I've never done it.
Are they socially so, like, crushed that they just think that that's what makes them, like, they're happy because of this? Like, oh yeah, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Like, I'm good, I'm safe, I'm, like, secure. Everything's awesome. And then they realize later they are miserable for years.
That's the worry.
Yeah. I mean, like, how would you even... Or they didn't realize how close they were to just falling off the edge for everything. Because if you're, like, riding this edge anyway of, I'm doing the things I'm supposed to do, where you show up to work X, Y, and Z, etc., I'm doing great, I'm getting all this stuff done, I'm obviously not in that bad of a spot, and you're constantly telling yourself to that, even when, like, you are getting in a worse spot, you're just gonna be, like, right there from, and this day I didn't show up to work. And or just being so fucking terrible, like you're not getting any sleep, you're not doing anything good for yourself, you're not eating, but you show up to work, so you just have yourself convinced you're doing great. Because, well, I only slept 2 hours last night, and I've been drinking every day this week, but, I showed up to work, so I'm obviously doing pretty good. And that's terrifying.
That scares me almost as much as the relationships. It's up there.
It's close.
It's up there, yeah.
I don't know. I was in that spot one time where
that's
I was like...
the reality for a lot of people, is you just punch that time card day after day.
Yeah, I'm like, well, I paid my bills. I don't have money for anything else. And you're just like, but I paid my bill,
The power's still on.
Power's still on. There's technically food in the fridge, even though I haven't eaten anything but protein bars in 3 days. Like... Come on. Like, shit like that. Been there. But that's just fucking miserable, man. It's miserable. And it's such a slippery, like, it's such a close line. Thin, if you don't have, like, any actual requirements for, doing well. Aside from, I go to work. I pay my bills. I'm doing well. Bullshit.
If you could do anything, what would you do?
If I could do anything? Anything? I don't even know. Like, that's such a hard thing. Be like a research physician or some shit. Like, go be like a... Fucking, that's not how that was... That's not how you word that. But, like, go and, like, actually work on, like, those, like, really cool research papers and shit that doctors do, and... like, study different, whatever the fuck you want to study. If you want to study how to, make better prosthetic devices, or if you want to study how to cure cancer, just crazy shit like that, where you're just spending all of your time on, like, weird-ass research and shit for shits and giggles, and, like, not for shits and giggles, I mean, it's obviously for a purpose, but you just choose to do it. You choose to go figure this shit out, and you choose to go and join the people, that are running these trials and getting that shit taken care of, and help, hopefully positively affecting other people's lives. That's the goal. That'd be the bee's knees.
Is going down that left path helping you to get there?
I don't think I'm ever going to do that, but I could get closer to that on the left-hand path. I'd think, at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Sounds like the left path is the winning path.
That's the winning. It's like, that's the star path. That's what we're heading down.
But that's the crazy thing, right? Is how many people have this idea of what they would do if their life was perfect, but they're not taking steps to do that.
To make their life perfect.
I know this guy.
There's like a resignation, man. Like, I can never get there.
I went to college with this kid. And I asked him, what he would do if he could do anything. And he wanted to be a blacksmith. That's what he wanted to do. Like, when he retired, he wanted to be a blacksmith. And you know what his fucking major was? This was in college, obviously, but you know what his major was? I think he was... I just drew a fucking blank. I think it was like aerospace engineering or something like that. But he wanted to be a blacksmith. But that didn't line up with, parental expectations or a career path or whatever. I don't know what it was for him. But if in the ideal world, he wanted to be a blacksmith.
That's so dope.
But wasn't doing anything to get there. And how many of us fall into that category of, oh man, I'd do this. If the cards fell perfectly, this is what I would do. How many people are actually trying to do that?
Probably not many.
Not a lot.
Well, we're defeated. The American people are much more defeated than we used to be. Before we
what I think it is?
Dreams,
when you say defeated, you know what I think of?
What?
We're too afraid of trying.
Our American spirit is, like, pretty broken. Genuinely. Like,
I mean,
look around. Like, it is pretty, like,
now's
it's not
a good time. Now's not a good time.
It's broken.
It's not a good time.
It's not a good time because it's broken. Because people have been beaten down and they're resigned to their positions. I'm over here like, shit, okay, well, I can never be a politician because I have such some bad shit recorded now. Like, things that can be used against me if you take a little snippet out and just run it. And that's exactly what they do with 90% of the fucking people they try to slander.
Do you want to be a politician?
I mean, I've had thoughts about it at times.
Okay.
Not really, though.
President
Fuck that.
Angel.
Think of the response. That wouldn't even be fun, though. And they have to sit there and address people, which, I mean, that might be... Maybe. But it also would just suck ass. No privacy? Are you kidding me? Anytime they recognize you on the street, they know who you are. Like being a celebrity.
Not only no privacy, but the
you're
highest of
under
expectations.
Yeah, you're under scrutiny constantly. Like, the judgment would just be insane. I'd rather be a back burner human being. Like, I don't want to be up in the front. I don't want to be stared at constantly. I don't want to have, like, my opinion judged and how I said things judged and how dare you word things incorrectly for the 10,000th time because you're really socially awkward. My bad. Like, how dare you? It's just so awful. Like, and just let me just take this clip and just run it, you know, out of context for people all the time. And it's like, why would you want that? I don't want any of that. I don't want to be anywhere near any of that. Backburner is way better. Much safer. Good experience.
But, you know,
no politicians.
You know why that scares me? Is because how many people that are right for the job feel that way. And don't want to go... That's why we keep getting these shitty fucking politicians, is because how many people that would be perfect for the job and actually care about people and do something tangible are afraid of doing
Politics is not about caring about people. Politics is obviously about fucking everybody over and trying to get the most money out of it. Because that's all it is. That way. That is really all it is these days. Yeah. Politics sucks.
You do not have a hopeful outlook for us.
No, absolutely. This is why I just wanted to live on the back burner, do my own shit, not really go into any of it. Just like, okay, well, that shit sucks. I'll do my part, you know. I'll check my boxes and whatnot and send that in.
You know what I think would be ideal? A ranch somewhere.
A ranch.
Yeah, like
I mean, it'd be nice and off-grid. You can grow your own shit. You can, you know, you can actually have your own animals. You can just take care of it all yourself. Like, you don't have to have, like, people, like, up in your shit constantly and knowing what's going on. And you only have to minimally go to the supermarket at that point. And your dog can run around everywhere. Or probably dogs, let's be real.
Sounds like a win-win.
It could work. It could work. But how much money are you going to make? Are you really going to be like, how are you going to pay for that chunk of land?
That is the question.
Like, how do you get to that spot to actually pay for like a 20-acre chunk of land? Because it's not easy. Like, it's not cheap. Houses even in Humboldt County right now are over $400K.
And we're back
Don't forget.
The housing market.
It is just shit, okay? The economy has collapsed. Rip.
Keep going.
It's just, yeah, I mean, the economy's collapsed, like, we've gone downhill, like, we're already to that point where it's just, we're in no man's land. Well, not really no man's land, that's terrible verbiage, but we're fucked.
I'll be honest, you're not painting a very bright picture.
I'm saying that you're fucked enough to go do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Don't worry about it. Just focus on what you want to do.
Do you think that we're going to turn the ship around? If we're the Titanic right now, are we going to fucking see the iceberg, or are we going to fucking just...
Are we going to see the iceberg? We already have the iceberg penetrating us.
We're already hitting
See it. Like, we don't have time to turn around. We hit it. We're deep into it. The second that we canceled people like fucking... God, what was her name? J.K. Rowling for being a TERF. She's somehow now a TERF when she, you know, she hadn't even said anything TERFy, quite frankly. In my very personal opinion, that would probably cost me at least a handful of friends. I have a few friends who, like, are very, like, fuck her. She didn't say anything wrong. She didn't. Come on, like... We're fucked. We've already hit the iceberg. We're canceling people for shit that's not even actually inaccurate, wrong, or hateful. Not intentionally spewing hate, not intentionally hurting anybody. They're just literally going, hey, there's an actual word for that, by the way. Like, you should probably stop trying to, you know, oversensitize this topic. Like, what's wrong with you? It's just women. It's women. They menstruate. Women menstruate. Easy peasy. Some women don't menstruate. We're not discluding them when we say women menstruate. Whatever. And then even went back and was kind enough to be like, hey, I'm not trying to fucking say that trans women, you know, had to go back and like go, guys, this is not what's going on. Can you just take the fucking commentary like it's supposed to be taken? And she still just is canceled. Like, she hasn't done anything actually wrong yet. She doesn't suck yet. But here we are. And this happens to people all the time. Like, we've already hit the iceberg. Like, the second we had this shit happen, like, crazy, like, wildfire. And it just keeps going. I don't know. I hope it would stop. But...
Where do you think we end up in 5 years?
Oh, God. Like, it's just, you know those terrible... not terrible. I actually really love sci-fi movies. But you know those, like, over-the-top sci-fis where, like, somebody's... it's like, we're, like, in the future, and you can get, like, shot, injured, killed, etc. for, like, doing certain things at a line. And then it gets, like, super invasive where you just think something that's outside of what you're supposed to be thinking about, and they'll just snipe your ass. That.
Okay.
That kind of, like, a level of, like, it just doesn't matter. Like, there's gonna be a certain point when, like, that block button, that elimination button, like, you're just not even gonna be allowed to participate in society. Some way or another, you're gonna be taken out of society and your ability to participate. Your audience is gonna shrink greatly. Your freedom of speech is gonna go away. They've already been monitoring and trying to take that as it is anyway. Why is it not logical to think that they would just keep progressing on that front? Why would they stop taking away your choice? Why would anyone ever give back some of those choices and some of those freedoms that they have already taken from you? Why? They have the power. There's no reason to. They can continue on. Easy peasy. And they're gonna normalize it with shit like normalizing fucking JK over here.
Have you seen that Black Mirror episode where you can mute people and that you have these eyes that record everything, and that guy watches his wife's recording and she's having sex with this other guy, and then that's the episode. She mutes him and they're blocked out, so like you can't see them. It's just a weird gray static image and you can't hear them. You haven't seen that? Have you seen Black Mirror?
I haven't really seen Black Mirror. That sounds like
that shit is intense.
Some crazy shit.
But I could see us getting there to a point where you can just literally block people from your life.
Existing in your
just
brain.
Remove their existence. Not see any of their posts. Maybe get to a point where you don't even see them. You just block them out.
They don't even exist to you. Yeah. I mean, I don't see why not.
But we're getting to this point where people are
snapping, and it's hopeful that potentially they'll pull out. Maybe their pull-out game is strong when it comes to the iceberg. Maybe they can, like, maybe get through it. Like, who knows? They might be able to just pull out and, fix the boat.
But you don't think that. You think it's going to get worse.
I don't know. I mean, this COVID-19, crazily enough, might have pushed people close enough to be able to do, like, actually want to do something. Because people don't really like being told to wear masks that, people don't really like being lied to blatantly by the government.
Some people do. Some people are still riding the federal government's fucking dick.
I mean, come on. Like, okay.
Some people are still...
When you find out that the government has lied to you and admitted
running outside.
Really? I mean, sometimes they wear a mask when I'm walking
even
home.
In their own car.
Cold.
But even in their own car, they still have a mask on.
Okay, I won't lie. When I had COVID, I wore an N95 mask to take somebody somewhere else real quick. It was my mom.
But they were with you.
Yeah. But, like, there was somebody in the car. Like, yeah. To try not to, like, because, yeah.
Okay, what were you saying?
Okay, but yeah, no. Like, I feel like, after a certain point of, like, when you just know, like, the government's sitting there and has lied to you repeatedly and it's actually been put on blast, which is uncommon. But they're like, yeah, we knew that masks would help in the very beginning, but we didn't say shit because we knew we were going to have a shortage.
But some people still don't recognize that. Some people still think, oh no, the guidance has only just changed. That the CDC, they thought that masks worked, that cloth masks and neck gaiters were effective, but now they're not. And, now they know that.
It's like, no, they knew that there was going to be a shortage, and they just fucking bullshit lied, and they postponed telling us to even put any kind of mask on, and then it was, cloth masks of 2 layers and more are beneficial. It's like, okay, well, it's only really like 30-something%. It's not really like that beneficial.
But some people still don't recognize
and then,
that.
And then it continues on, that surgical masks are only this percent, and then N95s are this percent, and then it's just... Yeah, people don't recognize the fact that they're like, no, new information comes out. It's like, yeah, no, you're not wrong. New information did come out, and we did also get new information as it came along. That doesn't change the things that they actually like. Like, both of those are accurate statements. An accurate statement can still be wrong. like for a response, like in a conversation. Because yes, those are accurate statements, but they don't undo each other by any means.
But I know people that still think masks are very effective, that we should still be wearing them, that kids should not be in school, that, you know, you should have to mask up everywhere you go.
And then at a certain point, it's like, okay, if it's only this effective, and you know the percentage of effectiveness in reducing how much you spread it as a person wearing a mask, 'cause it doesn't really do much for you taking it in. Just helps, reduce you spreading it by this amount, really. It's like, yeah, okay, this is still like X amount beneficial, but on a grand scale, is it actually beneficial?
But people
Like,
don't
is
even
this
want to ask
actually
that.
like what's it really doing? Like, okay, it's reducing the spread by this much, but if we had let this mutate in the beginning a little bit more, like, do you think we would have gotten to a version like the Omicron sooner if we weren't trying to postpone it so much? If we were actually just allowing it to run its course into being the least deadly virus, like its job. I mean, it was less than the Humboldt crud is for me normally, right? The yearly Humboldt crud we always get living here in Humboldt County. You get a shitty cold every fucking season, whatever. It was less than that for me personally, and I just say, like, it's virus's goal is to mutate to be like the most infectious. They want to spread as much as possible. Why would they want to kill their host? Eventually, they're going to mutate into less and less deadly. I mean, that's kind of the point. Otherwise, they'll stop being able to continue. So why did we mask up? Why did we stop it from spreading? Why is something that was like maybe as deadly as like the flu but caused some other issues? Like a lot of other illnesses do cause as well, like pneumonia and whatnot. You can get some permanent damage from a lot of those. It happens. Why did we treat this one like the one where we're gonna, strip away certain rights, certain abilities? At one point, certain states were even requiring you to have like a little pass to show that you were actually going to work, just to be driving around because they were so terrified. Like, if there's shit like that, like,
the problem
now
is,
you still have to have your own new version of a pass of a fucking vaccine card.
But the ship's too big to turn, is what a lot of people would argue. That we
Yeah.
came out with this information that this was a very deadly disease, that a lot of people were gonna fucking die, that
And they
you
went
had to
ham
mask up,
with
you had
it.
to do all this, and now it's come out, oh, well, a lot of that was bullshit.
Yeah, a lot of those things
But we're
weren't
still
quite
doing
accurate.
it because
Hey.
they don't want to acknowledge, okay, information has changed.
God, this
Studies have
last bout,
changed.
man, killed me. This last bout with the Omicron killed me when they were like, oh, you guys know the drill. We all need to go back to masking up. And we're like, we hadn't even stopped masking up. You haven't even taken away that fucking rule everywhere. Some places aren't doing it. They don't
I
give a
think
shit.
the
But
mask mandate is up like February 14th or something
it's
in there.
just so
They're going to extend that shit. California for sure.
Well, it's just ridiculous. And then
For
the whole, you have
sure.
to take around this card that says you have been vaccinated to go into certain places, especially like, what was it, all of San Francisco? We went down there before they did the masking back up inside, unless you had your card. I had my card, my vaccine's on there. I literally had a little passport to get inside of a fucking restaurant.
How about to work? Just to work.
There's a lot of places that make you do it for work. Yeah, actually,
There's a lot of places
most
up here.
Yeah, most places up here, medical places, a lot of staff in a lot of medical places quit. They're like, fuck you, I'm not getting this done. I'm not doing it. There was like, yeah, it was a whole thing. There was like a lot of talk and whatnot, and a lot of people left jobs when it became mandated because they're like, I'm not doing it. There's no point. There's people who had COVID personally who they were like, there's really no point in me getting this. Fuck off.
That's the
Yeah, they're
craziest one.
Like, I literally was already exposed to this. I already had this. There's no point in me getting the fucking shot. Leave
But
me
a
alone.
lot of people don't want to talk about natural immunity.
Well,
They
it's
don't
like,
wanna
why
bring
can't
it
they
up.
take an like, why are they not taking an antibody test? Why are they not, things like that. Like, if you really want to fucking make sure everybody is as immune as it can be, why don't you do the antigen test, like the antibodies and all that, and like test to see like what the levels are for everybody and how well these shots are working versus how well natural immunity is working, and make sure everyone just stays at a certain fucking level then. Okay, we're gonna test everybody weekly to make sure all of your fucking antibodies are all staying at this level. Otherwise, you need to do something. If you're gonna be really fucking crazy about it, go for it. Really stick to something.
Well, you know what's disturbing? Is that back in the beginning, the vaccine was the answer. That was
Yeah.
the answer. You get the vaccine, you're covered. And then they
And you're
started
safe,
saying,
and you can go where the fuck you want to go.
But then they started saying, breakthrough cases. They're very rare. You're very likely not to get it. And then now look at us. How many people are vaccinated and boosted that are still fucking getting it? But you can't talk about that. You can't. Nobody wants to recognize that.
And then all they say is, well, they had it less severe. That's
thanks to the booster. How about thanks to being fucking healthy?
Yeah.
How about we talk about that?
Healthy definitely helps. Making sure you are actually prepared for that, because like half the shit, like diabetes, man, and being overweight is like one of the worst combinations.
Killing more people than COVID.
Also, the worst combinations with COVID, because again, those things are very stressful on your heart.
But even
as
alone,
well,
being unhealthy is
it's just dangerous.
It increases your all-cause mortality.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to talk about that.
Drinking and smoking are very bad for you. So is junk food.
So
all those
fucking
things.
Sugar.
That's
junk
junk
food.
People
are killed by sugar every day.
I totally ate Frosted Flakes earlier today. I've been wanting
Cinnabons,
for
man. I've been fucking craving one, and I've been pushing myself off, but
I stopped. I didn't do it for a month. Really good. And then I was like, all right, we're gonna eat some sugary shit. Eat some sugary cereal. I'm going for it.
God damn it. Okay, you have a magic
like,
wand. What do you do? How do you fix all this?
A magic wand.
Magic wand.
How do you fix this? Holy shit.
What do you do? If I say, okay, Angel.
Take down the internet. Just wipe it. Just wipe it. Like, fuck comms.
We're starting over
done.
from
Scratch. We learned a lesson here, guys.
Okay.
We gotta go back to the beginning. Fuck, like, all of that shit. Oh my god.
That's your go-to is the internet.
That's not really the right choice, but it's just shitty, because like the ability to Google like anything and have that information, like you should have that kind of access. But there's a certain like social media ads, like online marketing, things like that are just fucking awful. And they just destroy everything that was ever good about the internet. And just actually sharing information with one another was like supposed to be the point, and being able to like keep in touch and things like that. And then now it's just clickbait, TikTok video, bullshit, constantly. And it just keeps going. And it feeds like lots of misinformation. Journalists aren't even journalists anymore, because they're just trying to make shitty fucking articles that'll get the most views. Or they're trying to get like shitty little clips so they can look really cool for this thing and this thing, but they don't actually have to fact check half their stuff or actually make a good story. It's just crap on a plate that has some sparkles on top.
The journalism one is a problem.
It's terrible.
I know a lot of people that still think CNN is respectable
That's some
news.
Damn good news right there. Let me tell you. Oh my gosh.
We only deal in facts.
Yeah, they seem very factual. Yeah. I mean, it's all bad. None of it's good. It's just
none of it's good.
None of it's good. Like back in the day, YouTube, like you'd have free movies. Let's go. Pirate that shit. You'd like upload movies and things like that and whatever. It was fine. Like you didn't pay for anything on YouTube. Are you allowed to talk about YouTube when you're posting your stuff on YouTube? Or like,
I had YouTube censor one of my videos.
I was like, is this
YouTube's
like,
a little fucking bitch. We're definitely gonna get pulled, I feel like, now for saying that.
You said it.
I did.
But they do. They suck ass now. Like, they make you pay for shit and everything.
And they censor the fuck out of everything.
And they used to be, was it like YouTube, like, show yourself, be yourself, some shit like that? Like, it was this whole, like, slogan about, like, you just take a video of whatever the fuck you want to do. And there was, like, these really funny, like, clips and, like, short stories and things like that people should come out with and do. And, like, people would start posting like their own music video things that they made for stuff, and like there was just so much weirder shit, and like full on movies on YouTube that were like illegally put up there. Like, don't get me wrong. Now those are all gone. They don't even last 24 hours anymore. Fucking rude.
You can't even talk about COVID really without. I'm gonna check and see, but this video could get pulled just because we brought up COVID.
Oh, and the conspiracy. Wow. I don't know what the buzzwords are.
No, even just talking about the vaccine or talking about, the lab leak theory, that for sure. But even just talking about the vaccine.
Lab leak fact?
Now we're definitely fucking getting pulled. But how...
Sorry.
That's what really scares me, is there are people out there, and a lot of fucking people that believe you should censor information.
Yeah, they always think, like, it's supposed to be censored, certain things bad, other things good. It's a very basic concept. Something's bad, something's good, obviously. And that they just have to, like, pick and choose, and, like, it's totally okay the government has their choice in this, and funnels very specific propaganda or versions of things your way. And that's totally normal and good, right? That's safe, that's good, bad, that's the best place to be. People are all about it. And they're not concerned. They're not wondering, like, why other places' news is totally different, or why is this being said this person's bad and that we should hate them? Oh, because they're prepping us to go get oil again? Is that we're getting oil again. God damn it. We did it again. We went and put our dick somewhere to get oil. That happens all the time, where it's like, oh, this place bad. We're gonna fill propaganda, and then we're gonna go jack some oil. Or we're gonna go put some military here. What are you?
Whoa.
That was.
Well, keep going on your rant. I was
just trying to see how you could type, and it just wasn't going well. But yeah, America sticks our dicks in shit. We reviewed this a couple times at least. And yeah, it's one of the things is like they definitely love putting military or getting involved in things where they think they can make a profit or get a hold of certain resources. And they just need to keep the population happy and on board with what they're doing. And of course, that's going to require some solid propaganda, as, one would expect. And I don't know. I can't judge it too much. I've played Civ before. I know you have to go and, like, fuck some places up for some resources and do what you can to make more money to keep the happiness of your population up. And, all populations get, most of them, I think it's like one or two that'll still be okay, but most populations on there will get unhappy a lot faster when you have so much military. And you have them in other places. It's hard for them to be happy about it. It lowers your happiness and your likability for some of your city-states and whatnot that you're trying to befriend. But man, it could help you out financially, let me tell you. Give and take. I have not played that game in a while.
I know.
I'm definitely excited to.
There's a...
There's a...
I was trying to find this.
Incident?
There was a government plan to blow up like a 737, but have there be no passengers or anybody on it, have it be a UAV. And they were going to blow it up as a declaration of war and say that some other country did it. And I couldn't remember if that was the Gulf of Tonkin incident or another one.
But how not shocking is that?
But that's a real thing. I can't fucking think of the name. I think the Gulf of Tonkin incident was we were going to blow up a ship. And say that Vietnam did it. I think. Did we go to war with North Vietnam or South Vietnam? How fucking...
I am not the person
How much
to
of a
ask
bitch-ass question is that? We definitely should know. We definitely should know that.
I think North Vietnam.
North Korea, North Vietnam.
Never confident in my answers for
all
this.
All of the North countries.
So anyway, yeah, we're just gonna skip past that.
But I think the Gulf of Tonkin incident was we were gonna blow up I don't even want to say it because I don't know if it's true, and I'm working on my fact checking shit, but
this is why I don't spit facts, man.
Nobody should take anything I say as fact, because
let me tell you, I spit a lot of opinion.
Okay, but there was an incident where the government was planning on blowing up an airliner and saying that another country did it for the purpose of going to war with them. I believe. I can't fucking think of the name of it. But that's...
I wouldn't be shocked
I
if
feel
that was
like
the
older I get... I'm still very patriotic. I love this country. But I think I get more cautious of the government as I get older. I'm definitely going on a watch list for saying that right now.
You're low fry, man. You're small fry.
I'm a small fry.
Low totem pole.
I'm a small fish in a big fucking pond. Yeah. But there's perks to that. I can say that and not have the FBI come fucking.
Yeah, I mean, like,
yeah.
I'm sure everybody's on a watch list. Let's be real here. Most people are on a fucking watch list. But people that are, like, actually...
I just fucking read an article.
Something
or read the
more.
headline to an article that, I fucking think it's the ATF has a running database on 690 million Americans that have guns. Has kept a fucking database on
I
these
am
people.
not shocked.
Shocked.
Of course they would track that shit. Why the fuck wouldn't they track that shit?
I don't know, because it's
We have to
illegal,
register.
Unconstitutional.
Oh, we have to register
scary.
our guns. Don't
Yeah,
forget.
but have you heard about what California's trying to do?
What?
San Jose made it so that you have to register your guns in a legit database and say, hey, this is what I got. And I believe it's the whole state of California that is now trying to run a database for teachers. And if you're a parent and you have a gun and you're trying to take your kid into school, you have to say what guns you have and where they are located in your house. And that information is for the teachers. What the fuck is that?
Because of all the school shootings?
But why the fuck would a
teacher
why would a teacher knowing that do anything?
Why would they need to know where your guns were in your house on top of that? Like, why would they need to know that much information? Like, the fact that they, like, okay, Timmy is a little bit extra upset today. I'm going to spend extra time with him because he has 3 guns in his house. So if I give him this extra attention, maybe little Timmy won't shoot up the school tomorrow.
Here we go, right here.
Like, that's not cool.
California parents would have to tell schools about guns at home under this law. A California Senate bill would require parents of school students to report any firearms in their homes if passed. SB 906, authorized by Democratic Senator Anthony Portantino from Canala? Wow, why is that all blurry? Flint Ridge was introduced Tuesday.
I think that's you, man.
Portantino penned the proposal law, which aims to keep track of what guns students may have access to in their household, and in response to recent rise in school shootings in the state. The senator says the legislation would serve to bolster existing authority when it comes to threats of potential school shootings. Schools already have the ability to call law enforcement and search students for firearms, but SB 906 would also make the search mandatory when danger is deemed credible. That's a fucking problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry. A school really does not need to know that much.
That's a fucking problem. I know fucking people who teach at schools that do drugs. And I'm pro drugs. I think you should be able to do whatever you want to do. But we're gonna acknowledge that, but not fucking. Nobody. How does a teacher knowing
people who teach at school that do drugs?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But why should a teacher? What is that information going to do? How many people are respectable gun owners, lawful gun owners, who have children who? That's never a problem. Why does the school need to know what guns you have and where you keep them?
They just want to be like on red alert for little Timmy. Who they go.
But then what? So what if your kid goes to
access.
school and has a bad day just because you have a gun at your house? Oh, now your son's
have to
a
be
threat.
searched
or
the
your daughter's
next
a
day.
threat.
Yeah, they're put on a list. They're added to a list of like, that one already has a gun there. I know they could go bring it from home. Someone needs to go talk to them.
That's a scary fucking
or
thought.
They're having a really bad day. Can we send, the cop to go search their bag again because they might have snuck something in? Because they're exhibiting X, Y, and Z behavior. Like, you would really hope that it'd be, like, option A of, like, we're going to get this person help immediately and, like, make sure they're actually taken care of. But that is still not okay. They have that much information. But that wouldn't be the case. The case would be they'd be calling the cops more regularly and having them searched and shit more regularly, and like a lot of invasion of privacy regardless in both directions. That would really fuck up the kids' ability to have a proper image of themselves and to trust others, and they would become more secretive than growing up and going forward in life.
If I was conspiratorially minded, I would say that they're doing all of this not because they actually want to stop school shootings, but to take away guns.
How
and to limit access to guns. It's not, but I'm prefacing that.
Oh, please. It's not even like, that's not even like conspiracy like, because at that point you're just going, hey, like people don't want to have to report this kind of information and have their child looked at in a certain light. They're applying social pressure. Social pressure is very effective. Why do you think a lot of people got vaccinated? I met a nurse who was lying to some guy at the bar about their friend who had, their friend had side effects. Like, well, because the guy even asked, like, okay, well, like, do you even know anybody who's, like, taken it? And, like, and everybody you know has been fine and stuff like that. She's like, oh, yeah, everyone's been fine and everything else. The nurse is over here lying that her friend had gotten a fucking blood clot after one of the vaccinations. That was, like, a known side effect for that specific type. I can't remember which one it was.
Johnson & Johnson,
Probably,
maybe?
yeah. It's, like, it's one of the three, obviously. Not Moderna, though, for sure. They had the side effect of having a blood clot, and they caught it, so they didn't have a pulmonary embolism or anything like that. Like, they, just had to go on blood thinners and whatnot. Fine. Instead of informing this guy, like, yeah, I did know somebody who did have a blood clot. They had this specific one. Let me inform you about the different types of vaccines and what their risk can be, what they can come with. These ones have high risk of this, like, especially for people in these ages and this biological sex, because I think it was the Johnson & Johnson for women who are childbearing age, so biological women, they have higher, like, risk for issues, complications. I think it was the Johnson & Johnson, and not recommended for women at all that are, again, in childbearing age. Biological women specifically. So in that situation, having the key difference between the two is kind of important to flag, because it does not affect trans women. Anyway, moving on. There's a lot of situations like that. But she didn't sit there and just explain to him, like, these ones are better for this reason for you and your age group and things like that, and what they had was super rare. I would recommend this one to you. That's informed consent. That's informed treatment. Every chart note and dictation that providers do, whether it's a nurse, a PA, a fucking doctor, etc., has to include a section where you actually document legally that you have informed this patient of the risks and benefits, and they have understood and agreed things as outlined. The plan is outlined. That is a fucking clause in, like, everybody's version of documentation, because it is legally necessary that you have to do these things. This person's a nurse. She knows what the clause, even though she's not, like, a nurse practitioner or a doctor or whatever, she's still aware of, like, what her duty is as someone who is supposed to be upholding something to that moral standard, caring for the lives of other human beings. The moral standard that comes with that requires you to not be a lying asshole and use emotional manipulation.
Let me ask you this.
And she used emotional... She tried pulling the fucking "you're killing babies" card.
Let me ask you this. If
like,
you would have known that you would have still gotten COVID, would you have gotten vaccinated?
I'm sure I still would have gotten vaccinated, because that's just what that's part of, like, my life, my agenda, my, like, thing. I get my shots. I get my new shots that come out. I get the things that maybe I don't even fully trust it, and fuck you, government, but I'm still going to get my damn shot, because if I have the opportunity, because my body does kind of suck, I'm going to be honest. I don't have the best genetics, and I also don't take care of myself in the best way possible. Look at this fucking bottle of tequila. Wrecked. Yeah, like, come on. And I drink energy drinks daily. Like, I need the support.
This is the first one I've had in months. I managed to cut back.
Yeah, I need the support in my life. Yeah. So, like, I need that extra, like, boost, that just in case. So I take my shot to do my shit. I advocate for them. I see the fucking importance of them. I'm not going to sit here and convince somebody to take their fucking shot. No. You don't get your fucking flu shot during the flu season. Guess what? You get to be stuck wearing a mask if you work in close contact with people that are higher risk. Oh, no. That's the choice that you make working at those jobs. You should not ever be forced into taking that vaccine. Shove an N95 on them. Sorry they don't want to wear a surgical, just a surgical mask isn't enough. Shove an N95, a fitted N95, not a KN95 that looks like a fucking duckbill. A fitted N95 on those people, if it's really that important, right? And this is what you're really getting at. Get them tested weekly. Call it good. But find a workaround of some sort that, like, these people go in understanding that they're going to have this choice to make and how they have to handle this, because they're working closely with people that are at risk, and you're doing these things to help them and benefit them. You don't force we've never forced It's not entirely true. But we don't usually force vaccines on people like that. Like the flu, like the colds, like whatever. I mean, it's happened in some instances, like really severe things. I think they have shown, like, you've had to have had, God, what was it?
I'm so
Measles
sorry.
or
I gotta
something?
go to the bathroom.
Again,
Keep going. I know.
again.
I drink so much water at the gym. Keep talking. Keep going on this.
I have to keep going on this? That's a lot of work.
You can or you cannot talk. And just let it be dead air.
Dead air and take my, 5-minute break real quick. Oh.
This is what happens when you go a month without doing a podcast. You develop a bitch-ass bladder. That's what happens.
You fucking up. So, like I was saying, there are certain things that they do how you have had it before or have had a vaccine for. In very specific situations. Again, high-risk patients, so on and so forth.
But can we acknowledge this is not a fucking vaccine?
This
a vaccine is like the smallpox
thing.
vaccine,
yeah,
or polio, or
it's like
measles, or the mumps. It's a flu shot.
Yeah.
And everybody acknowledges, oh yeah, this is going to be
this is a
yearly
flu
thing
shot.
now.
Yeah, it's like, okay,
but
we got a new
wants
flu
to talk
shot.
about
like,
that.
Okay, we should treat it like a flu shot. Throw a fucking mask on if it's that time of year. We're in flu season, and you work in that close. Yeah, if you work in that job, you full well know when you're a nurse, flu season rolls around, you either get your flu shot or you put your inconvenient mask on for 8 hours a day, and then you go home. That is it. Like, in any, like, nursing home, places like that, that's always been the thing. Hospitals and, like, PCU, ICU, whatever, like, that's a thing. You either do it or you put a mask on. And then half the time, you don't even have to put a mask on for the entire flu season because, quite frankly, management breaks before you do. Typically, unless state walks in. Then you better stop fucking around. But yeah, that happens, like, all the time. It's just a thing. And then you're also technically supposed to wear a mask anytime that you're feeling sick. Now, most caregivers and people like nurses and so on and so forth, a lot of us don't admit that we're sick. And they don't wear a mask when they are sick and they go to work. Because they're like, oh no, I'm good. Chugging, like, max amount of meds and shit like that. I'm good. Unless they actually are calling in. That's the whole spiel. And then
how
they
many
just
people can't
on.
afford to take a sick day?
A lot of people can't afford to take them.
A lot of people
just
can't
not a
afford
thing.
it
Or they
to do
can't
that.
afford the mental, like, strain of taking a sick day and knowing everything they're leaving there at work. If they could financially take the sick day, but they have that, like, such heavy commitment to their job that they're like, I can't do it. I can't leave it. I can't put all that work onto somebody else or do whatever. Like, there's both. And they're both very real. Especially in our economy. Not being able to actually afford to take a sick day is huge. And then, even if you can afford it, people just have such, like, a fucking toxic thought process regarding it where they're just terrified of leaving everybody super short-staffed and suffering and fucked up in the 9 half the time. They get guilted into needing to be there. And you're a piece of shit if you don't feel like that. When really, fuck that. You should never feel like you can't leave your job for a day. Your job isn't your life. You shouldn't be taking it home with you. And it shouldn't have control over anything that you're doing on the outside at any point. Quite frankly, I should never be able to get fired from anywhere for smoking weed in my off hours and talking on a podcast.
Weed is the crazy one because
it's very
compared
common.
to alcohol,
it's a lot more mellow.
There's no contest. Well, not
Yeah.
even it's more mellow, it's less damaging on your body.
Yeah, and you're allowed to drink alcohol in your free time, and you're not allowed to smoke weed in your free time, depending on where you work. A lot of those big corporations, even in good old Humboldt County, are like, can't do the weed pots. And I'm over here like, weed makes me go to sleep. It doesn't, like, I'm not out, like, trying to fight somebody on weed. I'm not trying to go drive my car to pick up Jack in the Box. Oh, well, okay, I can see how someone would do that, actually. Let me back up, sorry. Because munchies, I forgot all about that. But, like, I'm not trying to, like, go get drunk munchies or anything and, like, drive dangerously. If anything, I'm just like, shit, what food's in the house? If I have the munchies, like, okay, what can I make? Like, what can I, like, put together? Whereas drunk person's just, like, stove dangerous machinery, though, maybe, to get to Jack in the Box? Is that dangerous? Who's sober? So I'll take us. People, like, want to go on drunk trips to go to drive-thrus for some reason, way more. Whereas when they're high, they're fucking paranoid as shit. They're like, I'm not going to a drive-thru. Are you kidding me? Like, I have to go
FBI's gonna be
where?
there.
Like, I can't do it. I can't handle the pressure. Like, they're like, I don't want to be in the car with you as you drive over there. Are you even sober? Start questioning the other person in the room, like, no idea if they're actually sober or not. Like, I know I'm not good. Are you actually good? And just, like, starts panicking. Like, just, what? Just depends how drunk you are. Or how high you are. How inebriated have you gotten? You can, like, how set are you on this? And it's just, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like people who smoke more are just a lot more chill in their sober times than drinkers. Because a lot of times drinkers are more like, again, they experience more hungover feelings more commonly, where they're just like lethargic and feel like shit and like sleep deprived. You know, their hearts.
Well, and here's
racing.
the
It's
simple
just like,
fact:
ugh.
nobody's ever died from smoking too much weed, but a lot of fucking people have died from drinking too much alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's crazy to me that people just aren't allowing it. And I wonder if it's because maybe there's just too many people who can pass while they're stoned as fuck. Like, they seem normal enough. Maybe that's the problem, where they're afraid of people actually being inebriated on the job. Which is like, I knew somebody who used to get drunk and go to work. That doesn't make it any, like, the fact that they were able to pass, that's not going to change whether it's legal or not. Like, regardless, like, your job doesn't stop you from drinking in your off hours, but if it did, they would still show up drunk. It doesn't change anything. And you still wouldn't notice for some weird reason. And that's that. Like, it's just some people have some freaky ability to seem functional while they're inebriated as fuck. Some people are kind of functional while they're inebriated. Concerning. Depends on which kind of inebriated. I seem more functional on the weed, I'm not gonna lie. And I think it just terrifies people, like, the thought of, like, maybe this person's not totally sober. But then at that point, why are we not controlling people on antidepressants too while we're at it? Because if you're gonna be able to walk into the building on fucking, like, or Adderall or whatever, on your ADHD medication, if you're able to walk into the building on some legal fucking meth, or some damn, like, Ativan in your system in the 9, because we're not controlling that, just popped your, like, morning Xanax, or maybe you're just on your Zoloft on the daily, but you just have one of those chemistries in your brain where it gets a little wonky and fun. Who fucking knows? Everything affects everyone differently, and you're able to go in there on medication, and that's acceptable and perfectly fucking, like, allowed. You're able to sit there and chug multiple things of caffeine a day, where you get your fucking shit over 1,000 milligrams of caffeine, or like 400 or something fucking just high ass milligrams of caffeine, to where you basically are just snorting something at that point. Like, you're riding, like, your heartbeat's going, and then 9, like, you're able to sit there and dose yourself with all these other things and go to work and be functional and call it good as long as you adhere to X, Y, and Z policy. Then how bad is it really that you just had somebody show up on a daily basis ripped off a fucking dab? Honestly. Because if they're functioning like everybody else, and they're getting their shit done, and maybe they're not the strongest team member, maybe they are the strongest, who fucking knows? But they're getting all their shit done. And maybe they're even doing better than the other person over there who's on fucking nothing, but oh my god, what's wrong with them, right? They just can't learn these things. Weird. Okay, but we found something they're good at, we're gonna keep doing that. Any situation, any scenario, any level of this. Why does it fucking matter? They can show up and do their job. They do it well. They do it within their fucking, like, proper restraints, what they're supposed to do. I mean, at that point, as long as they're not fucked up, I don't know. People used to be able to drink and shit at work.
People used to take cocaine and go to work. Listen,
yeah, you used to sit there and smoke cigarettes at work. Like, you could sit there and smoke while you're at your desk at work and have a fucking thing of whiskey.
When you get into drugs in the workplace,
it gets a little crazy.
It gets a little dicey, but
if people are actually doing that all the time, and that's where it gets crazy to me. I have met some very functional stoners.
After hours, you should be able to do whatever you want to do.
I fully agree with that. I don't necessarily, like, actually agree with people going to work fucked up, but
that's kind of crazy. Your bus driver's just fucking stoned.
Oh my god!
I would not be getting on that bus.
I got hit. My car got hit.
By a bus driver?
No, by a stoned driver, though. That's what I'm saying. The
probably
reaction
going
time
to work stoned.
is...
Probably
no,
going
they
to
were
work
on the
stoned.
clock, actually.
See? I'm
Yeah.
fucking talking about. Maybe we exclude the workplace. Maybe
Okay,
you
we
be
should
sober.
really
Yeah,
exclude the
maybe-
workplace.
maybe
Because
you be
that made
sober
me a little
going to-
mad. Like, I was laughing because, of course, they worked at like a weed place. And I was like,
Maybe you be sober. Operating
Yeah.
machinery.
you should
doing
never
stuff
operate
like that.
heavy machinery under like heavy influence. Your reaction time, especially during the lunch hour, is just not gonna be good. I don't know.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really busy time to drive. It's not like driving around in the middle of the night.
And you're under the influence.
And you're really fucked up. Yeah, so it's really not a good idea. Everyone's out and about. You're gonna run into all of them.
Moral of the story.
Anyway, just don't do it.
Schools should not be allowed to have access.
Oh, yes.
There should be no registry of
your guns
where your gun
to
is.
that extent.
Maybe
like,
who
especially-
has guns. Maybe I could. Maybe
I don't
understand
even
that.
like that.
It's a slippery slope, but where
The
your gun
school doesn't
is,
need to have access to that information.
the government
quite
doesn't need to
frankly.
have access of
Well,
where
to
your
an
gun
extent
is.
where it
or
is
where
in
your gun is,
house?
that's
No.
uncomfortable.
Why they should never be able? Because why would they need to know that? Where exactly it is in your house? They can walk into your house and go get your gun from you and take it from you. When? Why? Why would that be necessary? You don't need to know exactly where someone's gun is in their house unless you need to go reprimand them and take it from them at some point. Like, there is no need to know that exact location. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. Fuck you. That's a terrible fucking point. They should never have gone there.
You want to hear my hot take? I
Go
feel
for
the
it.
same way about guns as I do abortion.
Oh, snap.
Everybody should be able to have their own say.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be able to take anybody's gun or.
Do you really want to cancel? You're going to talk about abortion too today?
I know. I'm wrapping the two up. But people get
Guns and abortion, those
guns
could
and
go
abortion.
together.
Guns,
yeah.
abortion,
You
and
just-
vaccination are
Oh.
that's the Bermuda Triangle right there. You get lost in the middle of
Well, I
those.
mean, and there's like TERFs in the middle, like.
You brought up the TERFs. I was just a silent bystander on that one. No, but really, abortion,
oh, yeah.
you should be able to get an abortion. Nobody should be able to have a say, and especially not the fucking government. Oh, you can't get one after
You
6
can't
weeks.
do this.
But
Most
you should
people
be able
don't
to
find out until 6 weeks.
But here's the thing: you should be able to have a gun, and you should be able to have. I'm under the belief that any gun the police has, you should have access to. So
you should be able to have whatever the military has. You don't necessarily want to get a tank in your backyard, but a civilian that wants a tank
badass.
should be allowed to have a tank.
I think people can see. The crazy thing is like Texas. I wouldn't be surprised if you could have a tank in Texas.
I just think you should be able to have that shit everywhere. Because the whole point of that was in case you ever need to be like, yo, government, you fucking up. Let's duke it out. The people could then duke it out with the government.
Or even just protect yourself. People
Or
want to
just protect
pretend that
yourself.
that never happens. That nobody has ever fired a gun
like
in
no one has
self-defense.
ever tried to like break into your house or this or that. Like, you know, you've never been in a situation where you're being cornered by somebody who also got a gun illegally or like have like a knife or something on them. You want to have something.
You know what makes me just in a dumbfounded state every time I read about it is when somebody breaks into somebody's house, gets shot, and then the family sues the person that shot him.
Yeah, every time. It makes no sense.
Oh, you shouldn't
How
have
are
shot
you
me.
go-
I was just breaking into your house. What the?
I was just trying to
what?
steal your shit and potentially kill you because there's
Yeah.
been lots of scenarios people break in and kill people. Like,
But
that
you
was
shouldn't
totally...
have shot me. You don't know what I
But
was
yeah,
gonna do.
you don't know what my intent was. Like, did I come at you with a knife? Even if I came at you with a knife, I wasn't trying to kill you. I was trying to rob you. So you're still in the wrong right now.
Yeah. Oh, I cornered you in your bedroom and was gonna rape you and stab you, but you still shouldn't have shot me. That's
Like,
not okay.
how dare you?
Who
Yeah,
shoots
like,
somebody?
Wow, like that's so out of pocket. Like, you just went there? Like, just come on. Like, that makes no like you. That's like walking. You walked in, signed up to be like, hey, do you understand the risks of of what you're about to do? There should be like just a general law where we just go, you know what? The second you walk into somebody else's house, go into their property, whatever, break into their home to do X, Y, and Z, you have forfeited your right to sue for this reason because you are consenting now to them having to fucking defend themselves. You put yourself in that position, in a position where someone feels threatened in their own home, and somehow you're gonna play victim. I just don't understand how it's an option. Like, who the fuck allowed that to happen? Who said this was a good idea? Who's
California.
On the fucking... Oh my god.
The state we're in. California scares me. It feels like we're sliding off into the fucking ocean and nobody wants to stop the slide.
This is why everyone hates California. They do. Everyone hates California. Oregonians hate California. Texans hate
Oregon's
California.
not great either. Oregon and Washington, the whole West Coast feels like
Oregon's
it's just
not that great
dicey.
anymore because of California. Why do you think real Oregonians hate California? Because all the Californians moved to Portland and all those places, and they fucked up Oregon. And now Oregonians are bitter. Oregonians are bitter. And I would be too. If I was stuck like in a place and then all these fuckers just came up from a different state and went, wow, we really like this place. Oh yeah, it's really nice. And they turn around and go, so we're going to make it more like California. Great news. Just for you, we're taking over. And then they just go. They go for it. And they just take it all over. And the places that they populate heavily are just fucking piss holes. Portland's a goddamn piss hole. It is. It has become a shit show piss hole. And it's sad. And in Texas, they hate Californians too. Because we're going in there and we're trying to turn Texas blue. And we're getting close. And it's really pissing them off. I shouldn't even say we, because I don't even vibe with it, man. But it's what California's doing, and I'm in California, so I'm, by association, by proxy, I suck, too. But that's okay.
I think I'm gonna have to get the fuck out of California.
You better not take any California
It
beliefs
scares
with
me.
you, man. Like, oh my goodness.
I just feel like we're not on a good direction in the state.
No. We're in the direction that pushes and supports fucking banning JK for her tweets. We're there. We're in the how dare you say trans women and women. Like, how dare you say trans women separately than saying women when talking about menstruation specifically? How dare you separate the two, that women, some women, not all women, can menstruate. Like, saying that is just awful. It should never be awful. It's just, why is the facts aren't exactly, it's not meant to, be mean or, degrading or take anybody down a notch. It's just trying to point out statements that everyone should be able to agree with on a basic human level and then move from there for your more in-depth shit. I don't know. I went back to this somehow. I'm so sorry. It just came back.
You're very passionate about the TERFs.
It makes me mad. I really, JK did not deserve this. She's a hack writer, but she did not deserve this.
The movies are fucking great. Come on,
Third
Harry
movie's
Potter.
Great. Third movie is like the best one. Prisoner of Azkaban?
I'm a sucker for all of them.
They're all fantastic. Yeah, no, I love them. I have a fucking Harry Potter wallet. Okay. I still love them. At the same time, there is some hack writer shit she's pulled. Like, she's copped out of a lot of things where she's like, heard this thing, she's like, oh yeah, it totally happened like that. Oh yeah, I'll sign my name on that book. Just fucking shit like that. I don't know why I was trying to give her like a
I was gonna
weird
say, is
accent
that
there.
how she sounds? I've
No,
never
not
actually
at
heard
all.
her
She's
speak.
like from like London or some shit.
Okay.
That's definitely not her accent at all.
It's like, Jesus.
That was just awful. But moments. Anyway, so like she's just like, oh here, like, yeah, this is great, that's fine. That's hack shit. She's like copping out of like her actual storyline a little bit when she does that. And maybe it's because she genuinely believes it fits, or maybe because she's kind of tired. She's like, yeah, sure, why not? Whatever the fans want. And then the moment that she didn't do exactly what the fans wanted, there she went.
That's just where we're at.
You say something a little out of line that's not even necessarily bad, and you lose it. You lose your positioning. And I think this is exactly what I was afraid of, This is exactly like when I came on here episode 1 and was like pausing at so many conversations and tiptoeing around so many statements, trying to at the very least tiptoe as best I could. That was what I was saying in the back of my mind, was just the moment of like, one thing people don't agree with is just put on a pedestal and you lose everything from there. Like, it's put up there, like a pedestal's probably wrong, but it's put out there, and then next thing you know, your head's on the guillotine, your head's on the chopping block, you're ready to go. It just lands in the fucking bucket.
Well, there's no forgiveness.
No,
You know,
it doesn't matter what,
nobody
she
wants to
said
recognize
around
that
it.
people can grow and can
change, and things
can
change, and
become different people.
perspective changes. Like, our collective, like, understanding of what's okay, what's wrong, what's right, etc. All of that is constantly changing. Like, there are, plenty of, like, words and phrases and things like that over the years that we were allowed to say, or we did say, or were, like, very common in, like, everything, right? Words, phrases, gestures, bunch of crazy shit. Clothing, that were all acceptable, totally good and fine back in the day. And then you come to now, and we're like, that's just kind of fucked up, man. We kind of learned. Like, we actually learned this is kind of a fucked up thing to say, or this is kind of a shitty thing to do, or whatever. And you're like, maybe we should be a little more respectful. Like, okay, cool. Like, people learn, like, oh, this is actually not good. And they move on from it. Or they understand it differently. Or it's evolved differently over time. And sometimes people just do things that just don't qualify, like, the response they've received. It just doesn't match. Like, the crime does not fit the punishment at all. Ooh, I blinded myself right then. I hit the lights.
Did you look
perfectly.
at the lights?
I did. Like, I didn't mean to. I looked right at it, and I was like,
Whew. We're in a generation where you just can't fuck up, even once. Or you can't do anything that can be perceived as you fucking up.
It's the internet. Everything's at your fingertips. Everything's there for the world to see. Like, even all these, like, new, shows and whatnot they have for, like, teenagers and everything that are coming out. Like, immediately, nudes were leaked and things like that, just, like, immediately, and, like, in half these shows, like, there's no privacy, there's no discreetness, like, half the, like, the children, I shouldn't say children, half, like, the high schoolers and whatnot are, like, in relationships, and people are cheating on each other, and messaging other people's friends, and they're on this weird dating site, where they fucked this other dude's dad, like, crazy, wild shit, okay? Like, it makes no sense. You can just do too much. We took the power of, like, the cell phone and the internet and everything, and we didn't do good. We didn't do good. We fucked up. We went the wrong direction. We took it into a shitty place, and we're now just home monitoring each other online. And waiting to, like, potentially ruin each other's jobs and lives if someone gets really petty. Because I also know people who have, like, gotten petty before and just been like, I got some great screenshots. And it's like, what? You have some great why? And, I mean, I get it. Like, I had screenshots of stuff before. My boss had, like, a previous boss had been doing some, like, illegal shit. Like, less than legal shit, at the very least.
Less than legal,
I should say.
legal.
Less than legal shit. I had a previous
I feel like
boss
that's a broad category.
Yeah.
Less than legal.
And I realized
that's comes to mind.
Yeah, it's a better verbiage than what I was using before. So, like, less than legal
less
shit.
Than
right?
legal. Okay.
And I had screenshots that proved that. And, just for whatever. And I ended up being in a situation where, like, it would have been very beneficial to utilize that. And I just kind of went, fuck it. That's awful. Fuck you, people. I'm just gonna quit. And they had no idea that I had, like, this beautiful chunk of dirt on them. Like, just as a nice small pile of dirt. Perfect for getting a raise or whatever you want.
Now, did you have that in the event of, trying to get a raise, or did you have that in the event of shit hit the fan and you needed leverage?
Oh, I had it the entire time through. Like, I had it from, like, pretty early on, and I'd been pulling all this. I don't know. It doesn't really matter what I've been doing. I've been, like, doing work, doing good work, doing the work of a specific job, and then got dicked out of it because, somebody else had less promise to go somewhere with their life, and so they gave it to them instead because they'd stay local.
But what was the purpose? What was the purpose in having that?
And having that leverage? Yeah, I don't even know.
Did you have a plan? Like, oh, I'm gonna fucking like when you
just
first
had the opportunity. Like, I just had, like, that opportunity there. I was like, I'll save that. And I mean, at the time I was like 18, maybe max 19, with this crazy piece of, like, leverage and, like, lots of shit to back it up. And I think part of me, like, just kept it on deck because I remembered, like, a story of someone getting out of like a really shit situation that wasn't necessarily their fault within the company because they had leverage. So I was like, how'd this person not get fired? And it's like, well, they had some dirt. I was like, they had dirt. Interesting. Nice, made a note of it. I did pass it on to somebody else that worked there when I left, though.
Yeah,
I
never needed to use this.
I never used
here.
it. Well, I actually had a great opportunities to use it if I really wanted to get what I want. But I was like, I don't really want to get what I want. Not in the event if I have to use less than legal shit like that. I'm like, this would, their business license would be gone. Like,
so some serious
It's,
stuff.
less than legal shit. Like,
less
they would
than legal.
lose...
That is such a broad category.
It is.
Less than legal could be a lot
They would lose the business
of
that I
things.
worked for if I wanted to go somewhere with
less
that
than
information.
legal, like
there we go.
Criminally hurting somebody. Criminally bad. Yeah, I would count that as less than legal. Do we have like a
mismanagement of
category?
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh.
Mismanagement, kind of
funds, like tax,
like corporate equipment for personal use.
Okay.
In a very like extreme way. Like, yeah.
Did that person you left the dirt to do anything with it?
I don't think they ever used it either. Yeah.
Do you think they passed it along to the next person?
Doubtful.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But regardless, they could have, like, it was enough that would, like, they were already on thin ice. It was enough that would have, like, put that company, they would have lost that business that they had. If we, like, go to corporate or whatever. Like, that business would have been gone. So it's good enough leverage, right? Like, good enough to hold on to. I couldn't bring myself to fucking do it. I also didn't want to fucking stay there. I'm like, I don't care what you do or change. Fuck you guys. You guys just showed me how much you don't respect me or the things that I've done for you. I'm gonna go on to helping people. And I did. And that was that. Yeah. I just don't like staying in places that don't
Leverage is a scary fucking thing to have. That's a lot of power.
It's too much pressure, man. Like, it's not my place. I don't really feel the need to make someone suffer or feel that, like, fear or whatever and all that. Like, it's just, I mean, you spend every moment from that point on going, are they being nice because they actually want to be nice? Or are they trying to get in favor so I don't fuck them over? Are they trying to get dirt on me? Like, what's, like, and then you create this weird, like, paranoia pattern, like, circle that you would end up getting into from that point on, where you would then just be like, are they trying to get dirt on me? Oh my god, like, do I need to, like, watch my back? Do I need to be careful? Like, I put a target on my back, they're gonna try and get rid of me for some reason. DL, like, who would want to go there?
Not at all related to leverage. I dated this girl, another one. And I hung out with, obviously, her, and she had this really good friend who was dating this guy at the time, and the four of us would hang out a lot. And then one day she told me that her friend was cheating on that guy, and I couldn't hang out with him anymore. Because I wanted to fucking tell that guy, but I couldn't, because then, obviously, my girlfriend was going to get pissed. And I couldn't hang out with him. And that, in a way, I guess, is a weird, not at all type of leverage. But it's knowing that inside shit that gets fucking dicey.
Yeah, that'd be hard.
Because what do you do?
That'd be hard. You'd want to tell him. But you can't tell him. But, like, you want to tell him.
Yeah. Because you'd want to know. I'd want to fucking know. If I was that guy.
I'd want to out, man. Like,
I
fuck
would,
that
well,
bitch.
I would at
like,
least want to know, hey, your girlfriend's fucking doing some shit. I would want to know.
Yeah. Like,
don't tell me that. Don't tell me that type of stuff. I can't do it. I can't deal with it, because I'm going to be the one that wants to fucking tell. I still think about that kid.
I have a really hard time. I do have a genuinely hard time when I have friends who tell me stuff like that, because I've had people try and, like, be like, I did XYZ, or, like, my friend did XYZ, or, like, this guy, like, they told me about similar, like, that guy that I'm not friends with, they're friends with, whatever, cheating on his girlfriend, etc. And I'm like, I don't even know his girlfriend, and I want to message her.
Well, it's harder when it's your friend. I didn't even know that guy, but I had told myself that if I saw him again, like back when she first told me that if I had seen him again, I would have told him. And I think that's why she never brought me around him anymore, was because I was like, I I'm gonna fucking tell this guy. But if it's your friend, if it's somebody you're really close with, and they're cheating on somebody that you don't really know, that's hard too. That's a hard spot.
Well, then your friend's being a piece of shit, and then your job as a friend is to tell them they're being a piece of shit.
Yeah, but do you tell the person they're dating? Do you take it that far? Or do you just say, hey, maybe you shouldn't do this?
I think the first step would be to try and convince your friend to do it. Because you want your friend to be a better person. You want your friend to choose to be a good person, right? You don't want them to be a piece of shit human being. You want their moral compass to be right. So, first step, go, like, immediately try talking to your friend about, like, bro, the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? What's going on? Like, this is not okay. What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of life do you want to live? Let's review this, because you should be doing better.
Do you think you would tell
if they're not willing, if they're not willing, if they're not willing honestly to sit there and like actually do it though, like you give them like an opportunity, you give them one shot. You know, next time you see this person, talk to this person, like you're setting up a time frame, like when are you seeing them next, etc. Tell them.
And if they don't?
If they fuck up, you have given them every tool to succeed. You've given them support. You've talked them through it. You've given them what they should do, your advice on it, like what you need from them as a friend to be able to move forward, and you not be the one to go tell them. You've given them all that. If they, and you can even like go with them to tell, like whatever you need to do, like write down the words for them, like whatever support they need, you'll do that for them. You let them know they're supported in the situation in telling their significant other that they cheated and fucked up and etc. Like, because they need to get that fucking done. They need to actually own up to their shit. Otherwise, they're just a piece of shit human being. And they need that redemption arc. Like, come on, like get it together, man. Go fix your shit. If they don't, if they straight up, they take that opportunity and they go forward and they continue their lying game and they're like, I'm not telling them shit. Your friend has completely earned the right to get blown the fuck out by you going and telling them your damn self and blowing them out, like letting them know, like, hey, no, I'm sorry to be able to tell you this, but my friend, your partner, sucks ass. They're doing this to you. You should know about it, and good luck. Let me know if you need any help. I'm sorry they suck. I'm here if you need anything.
That shit would be a moral conundrum for me. I don't know what I would do.
Dude, your
I don't know what I would do.
Does not deserve your silence
I
if
definitely
they're not
wouldn't,
willing to do those things for themselves.
I
Like,
definitely would tell my friend, hey,
get your shit together.
probably don't
Fix
do
your
this.
dick.
Like, what are we
Go
doing?
talk to them.
But I don't know if I would tell the person they were dating. I definitely wouldn't want them cheating with me around. But I don't know if I would take it to the level where I don't know. I think I'd have to wait and see what I do in that situation.
You're like, I won't be around you if you cheat with...
Yeah, don't do it around me type thing. And then I wouldn't want to hang out with who they were dating because I would feel guilty just by association. But I don't know if I would...
I can't hang out with them at all if they're just cheating on their partner. Like, what does that make you?
Cheating's a rough spot.
What does it make
Cheating's
you, though, as a friend? Like, what are you? By association, if you're hanging out with the cheater, even if you're not around them when they cheat, what kind of person does that make you?
What if your friend isn't the one cheating, but is the one that is associated in the cheating? So they're hooking up with someone or dating someone who is also dating someone else that doesn't know.
Oh.
Well, that gets dicey. Because then it's not really your friend that's fucking up. They're kind of fucking up, but they're not really fucking up. Because they're not in a committed relationship.
Oh, hold on. No. We went over this before. No.
You think that's...
We went over this.
Oh, I forgot about that. I think that was the last one.
Like, no, I think it was
if you fucking know they're dating somebody,
you know they're dating somebody, and you are helping them cheat. You are still a piece of shit.
You're really anti-cheating. That's a good thing.
Just get the fuck out of the relationship. It's not that hard. Go to a polyamorous one. You can find somebody that's down for it these days. If you really want to be able to see multiple people, have that be a part of your actual relationship plan, is to see multiple people. And that's a part of it. And you communicate on that front. And that's the life you live. And that's totally fine. But if you enter into a monogamous relationship and lie to somebody regarding your situation and how you're going to be going forward with that, you fucking suck. Anybody who enters into it knowing that they're helping you harm this other person who is under the impression that you're in a monogamous relationship, they also suck. Now, if you go into a situation not knowing that person is in a relationship, and you sleep with somebody who's in a relationship, and then you find out after the fact that they're in a relationship, in that scenario, you're not a piece of shit.
Unless you continue the relationship.
If you continue that side relationship after finding out,
then you're a piece of shit.
Then you're a piece of shit. Because again, if you are knowingly doing this, so I say knowingly, if you are knowingly participating in this behavior and you have no regard for the other human being, then you are a fucking savage animal. You are a savage animal. You have no right to like even be smashing people. Go get your get your head checked. Come on. Pull it together. You're not societying well. It's terrible.
Woo.
I just can't. I can't do it. I can't vibe with it. I don't want to be friends with it. I have a really hard time. The only friends that I've met that have been like in those scenarios, I've also told the fuck to when they've told me about those scenarios, and I'm just like, Do you not see why I'm going to avoid your texts for the next 3 weeks on purpose this time? Not because I suck. Because I don't know how to hang out with you if you're doing shit like this. And that's a very, like, not often used reason of mine to not text back or respond to somebody or not open their message would be very occasionally. It would be because I have no idea how to, I don't want to hang out with this person. And that's only happened, like, twice. But they were people who had done things, and I'm like, I don't know if I can be around that. Because, like, I don't want to be exposed to that kind of energy and that kind of experience and that kind of, like, worldview and be constantly, like, and being, like, around that. Like, you don't think of how much that affects you when you're around that kind of energy that's okay with such malicious acts.
Cheating is a weird thing.
It's a malicious act. It's a fucked up tool. It's a fucked up thing.
I'm a firm believer in the idea that you should just break up with the person and then go do whatever you want. If that's what you want to do,
you are at
just
the
break
point
up
where you're
with
like, I want to tell this chick she has nice titties. Well, you should get single and then go tell them they have nice titties.
That sounds like that was a personal experience.
No, but it kind of works though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Isn't that like, oh, that's one of the most common things with social media is like people then going and like messaging, which is why I went that far.
Messaging that and saying, oh, you have nice titties.
I read a lot of things on Reddit.
Oh, okay. Reddit's a different place.
Reddit's a different place. So I was reading some Reddit posts.
That'd be pretty wild if somebody commented that on like an Instagram post. That'd be a little intense.
It'd be like a messaging thing. So a couple of like the boards that I had read like had like scenarios where they're like one of like the partner was messaging, usually on like Instagram or something, actually specifically, like models and shit like that, and like breaking that barrier, boundary, etc. So that's the one where I'm like, guys, that's where they went, yo, you got nice titties, and that's where like that's officially, if that's not okay in your relationship, now you start cheating. Sucks up. Done bad things. Yeah.
Okay.
Those scenarios happen. It's real.
That, I believe that.
But yeah, there were definitely more of those that I saw on Reddit than
anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. That seems like a Reddit theme. Like is honestly just like, you know, messaging issues. It may have just been the board that I had stumbled on, actually, let's be honest. It was like something about relationships. But I was like, damn, y'all be having some fucked up times.
Yeah,
keep scrolling.
You were not. I forgot you were that cheating thing.
You forgot all about that, like biggest spot that I would pop off on.
I feel like we went in equally as hard as we just did on the cheating last time.
There are some things that I am a little firm on.
Well, there's no benefit to that. That only fucks up.
It only hurts people.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing good about it. Like, it's just a scenario that only hurts people. Like, nobody involved is, like, gonna end up better off because of it. Like, it's just, it's harmful, like, all around. And, like, there's just no point. Like, genuinely, no point. Why would you do it? Why do people do these things? 2022. Why the fuck people cheat? Like, figure this out real quick. Like, someone go and get this, like, adjusted now. Yeah, it's just a good question. Just like, why do they play video games till 2 a.m.? Not really.
Well, that's
fun.
fun.
That's more enjoyable.
Although maybe cheating is fun to some people. I don't know.
That might be
maybe
it. Like,
yeah,
that
maybe
we
they
might
get
have
off on
cracked
the
the
thrill
code.
of
Like,
it.
maybe they just go, oh my god, this is, like, fantastic. Or, like, they like the I might get caught. They're playing, like, the longest game of hide and seek ever. Can I hide my secret relationship? Can I make sure, like, no one finds out that I'm, like, totally have, like, a side bitch or 5?
Well, how about those people that have separate families?
Those are crazy.
That's wild.
And they always
That's
have
wild.
a really
if you have
good
a
job,
whole other
like,
family,
that's impressive.
that's fucking crazy.
That is really genuinely impressive. Like, if you can have... That's fucked up. Sorry, I said impressive. Like, it's not, like, admirable in any way, shape, or form. It's fucked up. But genuinely, how the fuck did you pull that off?
Yeah.
Yeah, like...
It's like, what?
How much, like, finances and coordinating did you have to do for this situation?
And talk
was
about how
obviously a
fucking
lot.
stressful that would be. Keeping
They
up
have
two
to
separate
enjoy it
lives
on some level.
I don't know. I
I
don't know if
mean-
you could enjoy it enough to justify that.
I don't know. I'm sure they do, right?
I don't know. I gotta get somebody on the podcast that's doing that.
I don't know if they'd be willing to call it a
Yeah.
podcast if they were doing that, I'll be honest.
We'd have to have them like blacked out or wearing a ski mask.
And
then-
like their voice changed
Yeah,
and
change their
everything, like a little like
voice.
modifier, like that they're speaking into. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. They give them a Darth Vader mask and yeah, and they just go that whole way through with them talking like fucking Darth and just call it great.
I don't know.
It might sound terrible though.
I don't know what would possess somebody to. Well,
What?
people fuck up. I think some of it is that
People just fuck up.
people fucking up in the moment. But if you
It's been around
repeatedly cheat, that's
forever.
gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
Then it's
Well,
not just this.
It's not a
thing.
singular fuck up. At that point, it is like a continuous choice. Like, you didn't just make a mistake. You're choosing now to continue this mistake. And at that point, you should at the bare minimum leave your fucking relationship. Bail. And go not fuck up people's lives. But it's been around for fucking ever, man. Like, back in the day, like, those lords and shit would just, like, pay off their bitches.
Well,
They
that's not even cheating. You just had a harem. You
Yeah,
had
I mean, like, technically, it
boatload of
was, like,
people.
it was cheating, like, they weren't supposed to, but at the same time, they, they would pay for, it was actually, like, you better pay for your bitch and her, like, bastard child of yours, otherwise, you're a piece of shit. And so you actually had to go and pay these, like, your local whore that you had and you did your things with.
Did
and
you
had to,
even
like,
have
set
to
'em
pay
up.
them?
I thought you had to, like, at least
Or
set
you
them
could
up.
just say, that's not my child.
I thought you had to, like, you were supposed to do some form of, like, care, like, on the DL, like, you never acknowledged them in front of people and stuff, but on the DL, they better have had, like, a house out back, like, 10 acres back.
I don't know. I think
Or
that's an
some shit.
optimistic way of looking at
I
it.
don't know, I thought they had to, like, do extra
I think
shit
they
for
just
that.
say, nope. What are you going to do? DNA test? How do you know that's my kid?
I don't know.
We're talking back in the 1700s?
I feel like there were scenarios they
I
had to,
bet
like,
they
pitch
didn't
in, or they had to,
care.
like, live there, or maybe that was just mostly with their, like, staff or something, I don't know.
That's a different world back then.
It's pretty crazy. You do what the fuck you want at that point. Unless you were a woman, then you could do shit. If you were a woman, I would be trying to be a man too at that point. I'd be like, you know what?
Oh my god.
I'm done.
Yeah, we're going to switch up real quick.
I would be done. I would who wants to be a fucking woman in that era? Like, I'm sorry. That would suck. What do you get? A fucking corset? That's not a fucking gift. Those things hurt back then, especially. They did not make anything that was comfortable. Everything was for looks. It was awful. Nothing was practical. Now you can wear sweatpants to a concert if you really want to.
You can wear yoga pants anywhere.
This is true. Leggings are everywhere. Leggings are even dressed up into fancier outfits and then dressed back down into, like, hoodies and shit. You can wear leggings however you want. Work out. Stay home. Not leave my couch for 3 days straight. Going to a concert.
We've made progress in some areas.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How so?
In the leggings.
In leggings,
Look at that.
like,
leggings
just in
alone.
leggings.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you know, at
that's
the
enough.
very least, you can wear comfortable clothing now. Bra, not quite optional. At least not to work yet. We haven't gotten there. Not everywhere is bra optional. Although there are more workplaces becoming bra optional.
I don't know anything about that. That is a whole.
Oh, okay.
That is a whole other world.
My bad. But that's a whole thing.
That's a movement
like,
that's going on now.
It's been kind of a thing. It's been a thing.
I had no idea.
There's just more places where you find that like women just don't wear bras, and it's like these places are fine with it, and it's like, huh, I don't think I can go without a bra at my work. I'm pretty sure that would be a big no-go right away. I would probably be pulled aside going, Angel, what the fuck? Or like, hey, do you mind?
I feel
you're
like
not where you're supposed to be right now.
I feel like that would definitely be an occupational thing.
Yeah.
Bartender,
no bra.
No bra. Orthodontist,
bra.
Maybe bra.
As I lean over you to do this teeth thing, maybe you should have bra.
I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, if you have some really small things, like, you know.
I support their choice, whatever you want to do.
I support you being unsupported from the whole chest region.
I did not know that was a movement.
It's just been more of a thing.
I never really thought about that. I never actually thought about them even being mandated or required.
Well, I forgot that there was places that don't really care as much about it. And then like someone had brought up like, oh, well, do you wear bras? And then like so casually she asked me that like to work, and I was like, well, yeah, I wear bras to work every day. I mean, like I didn't realize we weren't allowed. Like we were allowed to not wear them. Like I know it was an option. Like I haven't reread the rule book. It came out another like whole new thing in January, and I never reread it. And I'm like, maybe now we can not wear bras. Am I brave enough to join that movement? No, absolutely not.
Do you think underwear is mandatory? Like, if your boss found out you were not wearing underwear? What if there was a rumor going around the office, oh, so-and-so doesn't wear underwear, and your boss found out, would they say you need to wear, as anybody?
But as a
female, what if there's a guy just walking around?
How would you know? Like a man, I feel like you wouldn't be able to tell if they're freeballing. A female, you might be able to tell if their camel toe starts to really reach a certain point. Like you're staring at the front, and then do you get in trouble for pointing out that they have an excessive camel toe?
Well, that could be the same thing for a bra, right?
Yeah, like
what
do you get in trouble?
Says, are you wearing a bra? Why are you looking?
Your nipples, they are protruding excessively lower than normal.
It's just the style of the bra. I don't know. It's done. How do you know my nipples
and
are protruding?
There are bras that do have like a thinner like layer and things like that as well. And I personally always thought that those were not work appropriate.
Do you think that would be a problem though if you didn't wear underwear to work and people found out? Do you think that would be the same?
I feel like there would be a little bit of an uproar. I feel like less of an uproar necessarily than I feel like commando. There are people that go commando and it's like whatever. But I feel like the bra one, because these things are so, you know, they're elevated and protected from the elements by this piece of like cloth, right? I feel like it's much more noticeable, especially like for, you know, larger women or women with larger breasts or women who just have had children or whatever fucking reason. You would notice if it dropped, number one, they weren't like up in the same spot, and then you'd also notice when they walked into the cold room and suddenly you can see the entire outline of their nipple and not just maybe a small bump there, you know, like even through the bra, like even if they have like very sharp nipples for that, you could just see like a little, I think their nipple might be right, I think it might be right about there, maybe, because there's a kind of like a little bit of a, I mean, but you're staring, you're like really, like it's versus like a one quick glance, you accidentally got distracted versus like quick glance, oh shit, like you're distracted because you're like, what the fuck, like I didn't expect to see like your entire nipples right now, like or at work, versus you have to stare to find that, right? I mean, like it's a hidden fucking item. It is hiding out well in all the clothing that she has on. They have on. But
Just assume it's a girl.
I would assume, honestly, yeah, I would assume
Hey,
it's a
look,
girl if they're wearing a fucking bra.
It
I'm
would
sorry.
definitely be weirder if it was a guy not wearing underwear
I
than
know.
if it was a girl.
Oh, I don't even know about that.
It would be weirder. If everybody just knew this guy does
Just
not
didn't wear underwear. He just walked around
it would
no
be
underwear.
weird.
Like, why?
But a girl, I
feel like a girl
I don't
going
think
commando.
it wouldn't be the same.
There was a movement for that already. Like, that already happened. And now women
How
just
am I
wear,
missing
like...
all these movements?
You're just...
Free the nipple movement?
You know how you asked
no
earlier
underwear
about,
movement?
like, women experiences that you would miss out on if you lived X amount of time without identifying as one? These are some of the experiences that you'd miss out on. Right here. Right now.
All right.
There was a commando movement. In case anyone doesn't know, it happened. It took place. A lot of us were covered, and we've chosen our appropriate selections from there. If men had a commando movement, I wouldn't be shocked. This is also not the first braless movement we've had. This is, like, the second coming that I've seen. Because the last time there was a large braless movement, or, like, low-key bra movement, was more towards, like, 90s, early 2000s.
Was that the booby bracelet movement? No, that was like a cancer thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a cancer thing
That was a
came out
cancer
like
thing?
a little bit after.
Okay.
Like some odd years later, I think.
I
that came
remember
out
when
more
those
popular.
booby bracelets were...
But like 90s, I think is when like
everywhere.
everything struck up for sure. In the 90s, it was really popular, and like early 2000s a bit. You'd have like the shirts where you could just see like the lingerie-esque shirts. Like people were really pushing their boundaries on what they could wear out and about. So you'd see like more like lingerie-like shirts, less bras, or more like thin, just like pushing that level of like I'm expressing my sexuality in the workplace, expressing that freedom. And that became like more popular at that time. And so you see a bit more of it like on a more relaxed front, I feel like this round. Now people are going like more big t-shirts, big crop tops, like, you know, whatever, other shit. Where it's like more laid back and less like in your face. But it's still there. It's more like a chill, it's time to relax, make sure where the fuck I want vibe.
Or not wear what I want.
Exactly.
Damn.
Yeah, just take it off. Just go for it. Men, it's your turn to be commando.
I'm going to keep wearing boxers, I'll be honest. I don't think
okay,
I'm ready
that's
for the
fair.
commando movement.
I don't know what would happen, honestly. Like, I have no idea what the experience would be like to be a man going commando.
I don't think I've
know. I just
ever
can't
gone
imagine it.
commando.
Well, it's just like, are your balls
That's-
supported by your underwear?
No.
There's no support.
No. I mean, if you wear like
Briefs?
briefs, I guess you would be supported.
Boxer
but
briefs? That's a
Those are
crossover
kinda
support
brief,
right there. Yeah.
They're still tight.
Yeah.
But boxers, there's no support.
At that
Boxers is
point,
just
you
an
are-
inner short.
That's like the thong.
It's like not wearing a bra.
It's like, yeah, it's like wearing the like the
Boxers
fake bras,
are the
like those
no bra.
bras. Boxers are not the no bra. Boxers are like the thin,
But even that,
like
even
comfort,
a thin,
like barely anything bra, like that.
but
very,
that still
like,
would have support, wouldn't it? A super thin bra, because it's still holding everything.
if it's the closest thing to still wear, like you're still wearing an article of clothing.
Yeah, but
But it's
boxers,
not doing anything.
it's just like you're wearing
Nothing?
super short shorts. Like there's
Yeah.
nothing. It's just
Okay.
an inner short.
All right, fair. Just an inner short. Fine. It's
Briefs.
just a tank top of
Yeah.
the
Okay.
female's tank top, I guess. Because I mean, at that point, there's nothing there. Yeah, there's just not really.
Yeah.
They're just their t-shirt.
It's like a tank top.
Whack.
Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird comparison. But I mean, I guess that's what happens when, you know, you're trying to compare totally different body parts. These instruments, these tools of clothing confinements have completely different rules around them and purposes. So
There you go.
your experience with them will definitely be different.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I find briefs comfortable, but yeah.
Angel, we did 4.5 hours.
Cut the tape.
Like, you need to fucking edit that. You need to shut that shit down.
Do I shut that shit down? Like, that might be down to 2 hours by the time I see that. No.
You are awesome. Do you have anything you want to plug? Any stuff?
Everyone should have a planner.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
You're gonna
that's
plug
my
planners.
I'm plugging planners.
I can confidently say nobody's ever plugged planners before.
Yeah, no, that's good. I think that's my advice. Get a planner and live your life.
Okay.
Yeah. Get a schedule while you're at it too.
All right, people, you heard it here first. Get a planner and get a scheduler. Angel, you're awesome. This was a blast. Yeah, there you go.
Cut it.